herself. With an E.
Is it delayed?
That's embarrassing. I came early. I actually left my house at 6:30 in the morning. So I was so scared to play off. I got lost in Brampton.
You come over from Waterloo.
So I came from Waterloo or Oakville last night, and I sent my mom to Oakville to here. But there was a huge accident, and my GPS made me out for a long time. I ended up in Brampton, like lost, and then I somehow ended up in
You made it?
minutes early. Yeah.
Wow.
So it was fun.
We got here an hour early because we're like, traffic was terrible.
Yeah.
There's so many factors.
Yeah. I know it wasn't too bad except for the detour. It's crazy. Waterloo is nothing like that. There's so many cars, there's so much traffic.
Right here, there's well, when you come to East End, you should figure it out.
You guys are the opposite.
Exactly.
Wow.
We're actually not tomorrow. Next week we have a meeting with their,
Oh, nice.
you're part of that.
Oh, yeah. I live very day to day. It's good.
What do you guys do?
No, so he's part of the grad West Africa run, and we're from the lab. But I'm a master's student from the lab. Yeah, so he's part of like when I get my talk here, he's there to say something.
Oh,
If you're here, then you're.
yeah, I'll be, no, I like that.
You should.
I'll be done and then not just be
I live at the August.
nice. Yeah, the hope.
Yeah,
exactly.
That's the plan.
Yeah, Rachel was here last week or the week before.
Oh, yeah. That Rachel's getting interviewed now.
Yeah, she only had 2 weeks.
Especially because Rachel is confined to Toronto, so even after she's so inspiring.
Yeah.
I'm like, Rachel, let's keep up everything. Did you do your master's? No, she was the one that did.
So I met her because she did her obviously with that.
Right. I guess the one that I know him was in the business.
What's that?
Yeah.
Did you go to?
Yeah, we did 2 groups.
So when we met, maybe we had maybe we go to the.
Oh, you know what, I met the in
Yeah,
last
we did.
year. Yeah. And I think that's it.
Yeah, because they just put them to their.
Yeah, but I was on the same team as this guy. I was last year. I was on the first team or whatever, but this year I was. We saw each other a little bit, but it was mostly separate. I know. She went out in the field pregnant. Yeah, she was like, you really excited stuff. Yeah. Is she back? Not yet.
Not yet, no. She goes back.
That makes sense. Sorry.
Oh, you got one.
I got
Perfect. Yeah, good.
That's a little bit like our recording.
Oh, that's
My entrance got recorded.
I haven't shared the link yet. So.
Yeah,
Everybody's
please go.
good.
This campus is done wonders. Like, I I walked into a food court, I guess, and I thought it was a mall. I was like, where is this? And
This is your first time at York?
yeah,
Okay.
Laurier is the size of a high school. This is crazy. Yeah, no, Laurier is very small. Very, very small. You will not get lost.
Yeah, from where we parked, it took us a minute long.
Yeah.
All the other way, all the time. Yeah.
I think you can walk through the entire sign building. Yeah. It's very fun. It's very good. But it's nice all the time.
Yeah, you guys know everybody, right?
Yeah, and some is stressful and fun to do. It's so fun. Yeah.
So it's so young, where literally the other end of town, use subway here.
No, I grew up.
Says.
Who are living in the primary spot?
Kate Wilkins and Liz.
Yeah.
Well, I realized she was looking to a poster or something. If you knew that, I guess it's the right place. Like,
Yeah. Maybe like keep it door. Well, people, like, I figured it out.
Yeah, it's open the door. I think that's a good idea.
Maybe open the door. Yeah.
You wanna do that?
make it, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, they won't really. At least they'll feel welcome.
Yeah. Or you, when you go outside and you see a bunch of people and
Yeah.
you know those. Is this it? Yeah. Like,
Are you also interested in
No, so
Oh, good.
completely different field.
Nice.
But I didn't undergrad before, like I studied that. And after that, I guess it's practical.
That's awesome. What project are you doing?
Okay, yeah.
No, well, I guess I'm a TA, but I don't know. Yeah. Yeah, and I'm in the writing major. There's a job about working from home, so I've been doing that and going in once a month to meet and stuff. But it's pretty chill. Kind of like it's relaxing. I don't have to be on campus, but also really finish. Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Today I work from home, I usually like.
Yeah.
And then it's like easier, but my commute to work is pretty long, so that's why I work.
Oh, what are you doing?
And then I work.
Nobody loves doing. No one loves.
I know, I have to be aggressive.
Yeah, you do.
No,
No.
That's what you're there.
I'm like kind of graduate now. We should probably out.
Especially traffic. If you're driving, just rolling around on the highway with no traffic, obviously. And high traffic as well. It's crazy. Yeah, so sort of, yeah. Are you guys, are you big fish? Or algae? Cool. I guess I'll find out. Oh,
You guys do the blanket?
yeah. But all of our radios this time.
Like you can do blanket, that's like, oh, you can do that. Or is it more video?
No, it's more, I'm doing like the whole resurrection ecology approach. So we cook eggs from, we took a couple of cores and then took eggs from 200 years ago, resurrected them to see differences in evolutionary forms through time. Yeah. So, and we did it based on those approach. You'll hear more about it. That's cool part. Right under Saskatchewan.
Everyone on the same time.
Where this room is.
Yeah, it's labyrinth. Something. Yeah, if you know, that's what it is. No.
Yeah, well, I kind of just grab them.
Oh, very nice. You?
Melissa was very
No,
No, I
they
didn't.
do a lot of travel.
But Steve,
He's coming in. Yeah, I just see him. Good name tag for you guys. Got one minute.
I just watched my dance.
Great, yeah. Thank you for meeting up. Yeah, appreciate it.
Oh, he's.
Was that actually, yeah?
Yeah, it's it. Well, little man. It's like, you know what? Something like that.
Wow, this is, you know, you get to give them 4-7 right before the time. So it's actually a good turnout. I started like fundraising in September. Eventually, you know, people are like, cash. But I had to reach out to you a little early. Yeah.
Yeah, you got it.
I had to change a few times, like.
And then.
It's supposedly alphabetical.
Oh, yeah. I
My category.
Popular.
Sarah, so that's making up list.
You're going to give us a lecture.
Give you a lecture. I really don't like this lecture hall. I think like one of the least favorable ones. But it's got plus and pros and cons, I guess.
Okay. Oh, yeah.
Exactly.
Oh, we're Ricky's already.
I also value. Which is
I should have kept that sitting on my board. Yeah. For the next 5 years. I didn't realize it's like 5 years ago. Now it's secret planes. So I don't, obviously, you'll have time. Yeah. Well, she did it because why did that team? So I think you know, maybe it's good. Good ideas. That's a lot. I think he's like. Well, they call me so many comics. I think I remember reading that supposedly they said I know I'm not Are you? Yeah. But at least they tend to succeed.
Hello.
Just once.
Good. Yeah, it's fine. I mean, you're actually. I took my laptop to sleep.
Too much.
There we go. All right. Thanks. How'd you fit in everything, right? This is news, like motivators do.
Hi, I'm Kate. It's me too. So, yeah.
But we figured we'd come early enough.
Yeah, we're fine.
Just both of them? Oh, that's easy. Thank you. Yeah.
Thanks for organizing this.
Great. Yeah.
Yeah, that's the one. I can get that one. You say,
Where's the closest restroom?
I actually don't, I'm not
Okay.
really sure. I think it's
Let's
down
look
left.
at- Okay, great. I'm gonna go check out the.
Yeah, that is big. Heard of it, I like. Yeah, I published it. Stuff done.
What about? Yeah.
I took a slight detour by using Google Maps. A big detour, a bad detour. Well, it took me to the main address of the university, so out there, I was like, oh, okay. But sometimes not. Last night, yeah. Oh, congrats on.
Oh, thank you. It's huge. I'm so happy.
Happen to find yourself?
Yeah, I didn't find Mindy though. I was just looking for her.
Yeah.
That's one thing.
Hello, everyone. It's a nice natural settling down point. That's pretty interesting. So welcome, everyone. I really appreciate you all coming out to this symposium, the first of its kind, at least that I know of, and one that I was able to organize and bring all of you together, which is great. Thank you again. And I'd like to start off a little bit with just why I wanted to organize a symposium that's like this. And to start off, I wanted to say how I was originally interested in ecology. I've always been interested in kind of the extremes of it. For my very first research project, it was doing alpine ecology, where I went out and as a young teenager, and I went into the field and expecting to be fine and hike up all these mountains. And when I got to the top, I was getting absolutely destroyed by the mountain. It was blasting wind, kind of hail rolling in, and I was wearing everything that I'd possibly brought, including a winter jacket, 2 pairs of socks, 2 pairs of pants, just the whole works. And it was pretty shocking to me that things can live in these types of environments. To quote Jeff Goldblum, life finds a way, which was pretty interesting, at least with how I thought any type of life could manage to survive in these types of conditions. And it didn't deter me just yet. I ended up going to do my master's and PhD in deserts. So I kind of went the other spectrum. And then I swung full pendulum back, and now I'm back in the Alpine for my postdoctoral research. So these parts have always been interested. I've always been interested in extremes in the environment, but maybe not necessarily extremes in climate. It wasn't until I did something outside of academia. I was working with a local organization called the Ontario Climate Consortium. And what we did is we would go to different municipalities, sit down with members there, and ask them questions like, hey, climate change is going to happen. How is it going to impact you? And when we were framing these questions and we were having these dialogues, the questions were never, what would happen if there was a 1 degree Celsius increase over the next 50 years? It was something more like, what would happen if you had 10 consecutive days of heat over 30 degrees Celsius? Or what would happen if there was a drought that lasted for more than 2 weeks? Or what would happen if there was a frequent freeze-thaw cycle? How would this impact seniors? How would this impact day-to-day operations? How would this impact roads? And I thought it was quite interesting that with respect to humans, we always talk about climate extremes, but when we talk about ecology, it tends to be more averages or changes over time, very kind of static and less on the variability that's occurring. I'm a little bit guilty of this too. I actually just recently worked on a paper that was doing mean changes over time, but these are important because they're strongly correlative of how climate extremes happen and how there's extreme climate variability. But I think that there is an opportunity here for us to also look at into kind of more of the extreme ends of how climate is going to impact our natural systems. And it's not that there isn't research that's going on currently on this, as evident by all of you in the room. You're all leading great research in these types of areas. But I thought it'd be great to just get everyone together, kind of pool all of our thinking, and just share our different ideas and see where we can improve our understanding, improve the way that we test these moving forward, or experiment with different things in the future. So we are all stewards of the land, and it's important that we have all the tools that are necessary with respect to trying to manage these lands in the best possible way. So with that, I'd like to open up with a land acknowledgement associated with us. So we recognize that there are many indigenous nations that have long-standing relationships with the territories upon which York University has been built. And York University acknowledges its presence on the traditional territory of these many indigenous nations. The area known as Toronto has been taken care of by Anishinaabe Nation, the Haudenosaunee Confederacy, the Huron-Wendat, and the Métis. It is now home to many indigenous people. We acknowledge the current treaty holders, the Mississaugas of Credit First Nation, the territory, this territory is subject of the Dish with One Spoon Wampum Belt Covenant and an agreement of peaceable share for the care of the Great Lakes region. And just before we begin with our first talk, I'd like to have a little bit of housekeeping rules. So for those that are giving talks today, you have about 12 minutes to give a talk. At around the 9-minute mark, I'm gonna hold up a sign that says you have 3 minutes remaining. At about the 11-minute mark, I'm gonna hold up a sign that says you have 1 minute remaining. And then after the 12-minute mark, I'm gonna stand up and awkwardly get closer to you until you exit stage right. What else? We are recording this. We're trying to make it live stream. So there are some people that are unable to attend. And we want to make it accessible to people that aren't just living within the 416 radius, to as many people that are able to watch in and gain some interesting and have comments. Some of you have asked that you don't have your talks recorded. That's fine. In those cases, I'm going to mute the conversation, and so the YouTube will go black. For those people listening at home, if you notice that it's not going on, or if you notice nothing's happening, just sit tight. It's going to come back. Are there any other things? Do you have any questions, actually, before we begin? Awesome. Well, to begin with that, I'd like to invite our first plenary, Dr. Melinda Smith. She's coming up from Colorado State University, and she's going to be leading our first plenary talk. And I'll let you take it from here. Would you like to?
Can you hear me? Okay, I'm going to try that.
Okay.
That's okay. And if you need me to put it on, just tell me and I'll do this. So first, I just want to thank Alex for organizing this symposium and inviting me, giving me the chance to come here and talk to you about some of my research that is focused on climate extremes. And to give you a little bit of background, I consider myself a plant community ecologist, ecosystem ecologist. I am very interested in the impacts of global change on plant communities, and in particular, I really only study grasslands. So you'll be seeing a lot of grassland work. And I really got into extremes around maybe like 2010, when I was just the beginning, well, not that beginning, I guess I was pretty old. Anyway, so at some point in time, there was an ESA conference and it was focused on extremes. And I thought, I'm gonna submit a symposium proposal to ESA and see if we can get people together that are thinking about extremes research. And that's I'm going to present a little bit of a framework that I published in 2011 that was an outcome of that symposium. And so I'm going to revisit that framework, and then I'm going to talk about like what have we learned since 2011. That was so long ago, right? We're now in a new decade. And so we'll see what we know about climate extremes and extreme climatic events, because I would argue they actually are different things. All right, so going to extremes, that's the title of my talk. And we're going to talk about how we assess drought impacts on terrestrial ecosystems. So I'm terrestrial, I'm talking terrestrial here, no aquatic, unfortunately, but I know we have some talks, I think, this afternoon that might be aquatic focused. Okay, so you guys probably all know this. You are here for an extremes symposium, but I'll just note that extremes can come in many shapes and forms. They can range from things like deluges, floods, ice storms, superstorms. But I'm going to talk primarily about drought. And when we're talking about extremes, we're talking about something that's outside of the normal range of variability that a system experiences. So I tend to think about them statistically in the sense that it's something that's unusual with respect to the long-term record, for example. So you can think about it these two ways, either temperature-wise, where we typically have like a normal distribution with temperature, or you can have both extreme cold conditions and extreme hot conditions. But then if you think about precipitation, it could be something like deluges, where you have very heavy or actually in the opposite sense, no rainfall occurring, right? So this is what how I'm defining climate extremes. And we know that climate change is impacting the frequency, the magnitude, and the intensity of these extremes. And it's doing it either by shifting the mean, increasing the variability, or even like changing the symmetry of a climate condition. And in all cases, what that can do is that it can push us into the tails of what used to be extreme and make it even more extreme. So we know that's occurring, and there's a lot of evidence that's building now that these extremes are actually becoming more frequent as we, right now in the present tense. So it's not something necessarily for the future, it's actually happening now. And what's interesting about extremes, I would argue, is that it is one of the primary ways that people identify with climate change, right? I mean, you think about Australia and the extreme fires that occurred this last year. People are really starting to connect extremes with climate change. And so it's one way that I would say that it's a pathway that we as ecologists can get people more aware of climate change by focusing on climate extremes. Okay, so what about the ecological impacts of climate extremes? So this is that paper I mentioned that was published in 2011. And what I was really interested in at the time is this idea that, okay, you have these climate conditions, right? You can have either nominal conditions, those that occur, the ones that you experience generally, most of the time. And then you can have also responses to those climate conditions that are nominal with respect to, for example, productivity or something like that, right? So you tend to have some distribution of climate conditions and then ecological responses. Now, we know that within that range of variation, we have the extremes for both on the climate end, where they're either statistically rare or unusual events. And they can be something like droughts, they can be deluges, they can be anything that you want to imagine these climate extremes to be. But you can also have extreme responses as well. So from the ecological side of things. And so it's thinking about extremes both, not only from the climate perspective, but also from the ecological perspective. And what I argued in this paper was that these, it's these extreme ecological responses, those are ones that are outside the range of normal variability that we would observe for a system, much like we would for climate conditions. And so most of the time what we study as ecologists, right, is we study how climate variation, well, I do at least, impacts responses of the system. So a lot of the papers I published have actually tried to describe how productivity varies with precipitation, for example, and that typically is focused on nominal variation. Now, we know there are instances where you could get a kind of a really unusual ecological response with respect to nominal variation in climate conditions. And we know also that you can get a climate extreme occurring and not having much an effect on ecological responses. But I would say that the most important one that we should be focusing on are those in which the climate extreme elicits what we would consider extreme ecological response. And so the way I think about it is like the iconic drought that always was kind of, I think, very interesting to me. I heard about it a lot when I was a kid, was the Dust Bowl drought in the 30s. I mean, that's where we experienced in the US extreme climatic conditions and extreme drought, and we got the extreme ecological responses. I mean, it's one of the most iconic droughts that had occurred in the US. And so this is what I refer to as an extreme climatic event. So this is the situation in which we have an extreme climate conditions like a drought, eliciting what we would think was well outside the normal range of variability for an ecological system. And it could be really any parameter, but a lot of times, and what I'm going to focus a lot on in this talk, is productivity. So above ground net power rate of production, it's the amount of carbon that's gained on an annual basis by a system. So what would cause these extreme climatic events? Why would we see an extreme climate condition eliciting an extreme ecological response? Well, this is my attempt at trying to understand how that would occur. And so on the x-axis, we have time. On the y-axis, we have an ecosystem response, and it could be either positive or negative. So you might think with a deluge, you could actually get an increase in productivity, a pretty large increase in productivity, because you're increasing the amount of water that's available for a system. But a drought, you might see that response being negative. So you can think about this response either being positive or negative. And then we have some climate extreme happening. And let's just imagine this is a drought that's occurring. And so it depends that extreme could be of different durations. It could be different extremity or degrees of magnitude. So it can vary quite a bit. So that's why I have kind of a box there, because we don't know how long this extreme is occurring. And so what I propose happens is, of course, you've got this system sitting there, and initially what often happens and what you see is like when you water your lawn, right, you get growth occurring. It doesn't necessarily cause anything else, you just see an increasing growth and you gotta mow it again, right? And so that's typically what happens when we get a climate extreme. The first response we see is often with a drought, for example, is just a decrease in growth. But as that drought goes on in time, we could actually start to impact the community by changing abundances of species, so reordering the community. And this is like something that you can imagine a drought going on over just multiple years, where you start to then gives the limits of species ability to grow under water limited conditions. And then you may have something even more drastic happen, whereas you have like loss of species, ones that just cannot withstand the drought anymore, and they kind of fall out, and then maybe new species come in because, you know, the drought is not like 24/7. There is rainfall that occurs during drought, and you might start to get species that are really well adapted to drier conditions, or able to take advantage of space that's made available by the loss of species. And so all these mechanisms are what I would argue underlie the response to, you know, any kind of climate extreme. And it's depending on where we are in that spectrum of mechanisms, that might determine whether we have just a response, a nominal response, versus one that is extreme ecological response. So there's likely a threshold somewhere, right? With reordering of species, you're not necessarily losing species for the community. You might just be shifting their abundances. But it's where you start to get lost that arguably you're crossing some thresholds of response. We don't often know where those thresholds are. And with herbaceous systems, for example, that I work in, we don't even know if species die. So, you know, during the Dust Bowl drought, John Weaver was one of the main documenters of that drought from an ecological perspective. And he found he didn't necessarily believe some of these perennial grasses died during the drought. They were just dormant underground. So it's kind of like one of these things. Trees, you know kind of when they die. Herbaceous species, you don't always know if they're dying. But arguably, if you're getting a loss of a species from a local area, you might think that you're crossing the threshold for a species. Okay, so this axis, right? This kind of progression of mechanisms, you could argue, is what feeds into the resistance of the system to a drought, for example, or a climate extreme. Where if you're only kind of affecting growth, you're likely to see high resistance of that system. But if you're starting to affect community change and things like that, then you may be actually eroding resistance of the system, and you can see really big losses in function. So that makes sense to everybody? Okay. So let's say the drought ends, right? And so then we have recovery. And the expectation is that recovery should be pretty rapid. If we're only talking about an event that caused a change in growth, but it could be quite prolonged if we're talking about something that caused loss of species from the system, for example. And in fact, you may even get a state change. You may not get recovery at all. You might actually produce a new state. And when Weaver documented the Dust Bowl, what he found was that it took almost 20 years for some of those communities to return back to what they were before, what he thought they were before the drought. So there's an expectation that recovery can be quite long and prolonged, depending on how extreme the conditions are and what effect they have on the system. So this is this recovery period, and whether or not we get recovery really describes resilience of the system. And so you would expect if you're, you know, here where you have rapid recovery because you only are affecting growth, then resilience should be really high. But if you're talking about changing the state or having really prolonged recovery after a drought, then resilience could be pretty low. And so an extreme climatic event, I would argue, would be somewhere in there, right? It's somewhere where we're actually eliciting something that is well outside the bounds of normal variability, and it's likely to be accompanied by changes in the system that are well outside the bounds of normal variability as well, and might be persistent over time. So if we think about an extreme climatic event in this way, it would require that we have statistically extreme climate conditions first of all, something that's well outside the normal range of variability. It also would require that we have some kind of response that's outside of the range of normal variability too. And then the third expectation is that we might have prolonged recovery or even hysteresis, meaning that we have a state change, and it may take a long time to get back to the former state that it was prior to this extreme event. So ultimately, you might expect with an extreme climatic event occurring, where you get both extreme climate conditions and extreme ecological response, that you should have both low resistance and low resilience. Those should be the hallmarks of an extreme climatic event. Now, this is what I put forward in 2011. And then more recently, we've started to get enough data together, I think, to actually see if this is true, right? And of course, I'll just break it to you right now. It doesn't necessarily hold up in the way that I thought it would, but it's interesting the way that it differs from this expectation. All right, so if we think about this framework, right, we're expecting, the interest is somewhere in here, right? Where do we start to see these extreme ecological responses married to these extreme climate conditions? So we expect that these ECEs, or these extreme climatic events, should have the largest and longest lasting effects, right? Because they should be accompanied by changes in system properties, like changes in composition. And then those changes are likely to be more difficult to recover from than if you just have changes in growth of the system, for example. But what we don't know, right, is we still lack our understanding of when this occurs and what causes this to occur. Because arguably, these are the ones that we really want to know about, right? It's like thinking about Australia. They went over a precipice, and who knows what's going to happen. Now they're experiencing deluges. I mean, it would be fascinating to be an ecologist there, right? Because how cool would that be to try to see what happens after such extreme conditions? And yet, it's also probably very hard to work in those conditions too. So, it's an opportunity, in that I'm sure they're going to make lemonade out of lemons, but it's like, who wants to have their research actually get burned up and then be like, okay, let's try to understand what happened. But anyway, I have colleagues that are dealing with that now in Australia, and it'll be interesting to see what we learn from that extreme climate conditions that occurred there. Okay, so one of the questions I have since publishing this paper is like, how often do we actually see these occur? Right? We can actually start to ask these questions. We can go out and say, can we detect extreme climate conditions, statistically extreme climate conditions, and is that accompanied by extreme ecological conditions? And the way we do that is we harness long-term data sets, right? We have these long-term data sets are growing in numbers, and some of the most the easy ones to tackle are ones that are remotely sensed, and so that's where some of the first analyses have come out. So I'll provide you with two examples. One is a global observational data set, and then one is a meta-analysis. And so these are from a colleague of mine, Dr. Shuli Liu, who is in the Chinese Academy of Sciences. She published a paper recently about this. But before I do that, I just wanted to point out that if we look at remotely sensed data, what we can see is that typically we see extremes across the globe on a yearly basis. They vary in where they are, their locations. They vary in the kind of the extent that they occur. But overall, if you use like MODIS data and you look for spatial patterns of these extreme losses in function that might accompany climate extremes, they tend to occur pretty much everywhere on the globe at some point in time. And so typically that's about 1% of the vegetated land, and it represents a pretty significant loss in function in each year. But the question is, how often is this was this loss extreme, in the sense like how often was it accompanied by an extreme climate condition? So are these extreme climatic events, or are they just something else that's like happening, like there was a fire or something else that could have caused these big losses in function? So that's what Dr. Shuli Liu did. She actually took that MODIS data set and then tried to quantify how often do you see extreme climate conditions accompanied by extreme losses in function. And she used a CREW data set, and then she actually used FluxNet GPP, but it's quite similar to like if you think about MODIS and remotely sensed kind of data. And what she did was then she said, okay, we'll look for the extreme low precipitation occurrences, and we'll look for extreme low GPP based on the long-term record that we have for these sites across the globe. And what she found was that what we're going to look here at is just the globe. Top panel is the 5th percentile of precipitation, or and GPP, and the bottom panel is just the 10th percentile. So she just looked at two kind of levels of extremity. Either it's like what is that? What is fifth? It's not 1 in 100. It's a 5 in whatever. You know what I'm talking about? They're extreme. They're different levels of extreme. And so what she did was this R, or this response coefficient on this side. Here, it means there's a high correspondence. You had an extreme climate condition, and you also had an extreme response in the same year. And so you can see that it does occur. There's some red spots if you can kind of squint your eyes and look at it. But it doesn't occur as often as you might think. It's only about 15% of the time that occurs at the 5th percentile, and about 20% of the time at the 10th percentile. So it's actually a lot of times when we have extreme climate conditions, we don't necessarily see an extreme ecological response, and vice versa. We can actually have an extreme ecological response not correlated with an extreme climate condition. And then when they did this meta-analysis of 132 drought experiments, what they found was that typically, if you had something where you either reduce precipitation greater than 30%, somewhere between 30% and greater than 60%, those typically were in the range of extremity for different sites. And what they found was that these, the loss in function or productivity did not differ significantly between extreme conditions and ones that were more nominal in their effects. And this was not related to duration of the experiment either. So they looked at a bunch of variables, but you might think duration would be really important in this effect. You know, the longer you have a drought, it may not matter if it's extreme. It could still elicit a pretty large response. They saw that duration didn't really matter that much either. And what's interesting about it, just as an aside, and I'll return to this note, is that you notice that really extreme droughts are often not done over a long period of time. They tend to be really short-term in their nature. So what they found from the meta-analysis was that production responses to extreme drought really didn't differ from non-extreme drought. So there wasn't really evidence for a match between extremity and the drought conditions and a match between extremity and the ecological response. So the norm, or what we typically see, is that there is a mismatch between climate extremes and how extreme the response is of the system. It's really, they found, like with remotely, or the FluxNet data, that it's only about 20% or 15% of the time that you see a match between, and the meta-analysis, they found that it really didn't matter how extreme the conditions were. They saw a loss in function, but it wasn't always extreme. And so I think the big question is, why is there this mismatch? What are we not capturing with our experiments that might be give us insights into what would elicit these extreme responses? With the meta-analyses, there's some limitations to that. We don't know kind of when they applied the drought, how long they applied the drought. I mean, we have a sense how long, but it varied considerably between experiments. And so I think this is the big question. This is what it looks like is the norm, that these systems seem to be pretty resistant to extremes. And maybe that is the answer, right? That we actually, we don't realize how resistant many systems are to these extreme events. And that actually is kind of heartwarming, right? It's like, oh, maybe things aren't as bad as they might be. But it could also be just the way in which we're studying them too. They may not be extreme enough, for example, with respect to the long-term record to really elicit these responses. But we know that these extremes are going to become more frequent in the future. So we should be kind of probing the system, I would argue, to see when we get these kind of extreme responses. It could be that there's other factors that are modified during extreme events that we're not capturing a lot of time with experiments, or even with kind of these shorter term records, like the FluxNet record. There could be other confounding factors like abiotic and biotic conditions that could be modifying in the way in which these extremes impact systems. I think another important issue is that we often know a lot about climate. Arguably we know way more about climate and its variability and when conditions are extreme than we do about ecological systems. A lot of our data sets tend to be much shorter than 100 years, right? We're lucky if we have 30 years. I work in the long-term ecological research program in US, and a lot of those sites have been running for 30 years, but we don't have that luxury with a lot of sites. And so this could be kind of the main thing. It's like maybe we just actually don't know what extreme is for ecological conditions, but we do know that for a large part for climate conditions. But let's say we address some of these issues. Maybe. Can we detect these extreme climatic events? Can we start to see when do we get these kind of responses occurring? And I would say yes. Good news is yes, we can detect these. And I'll show you some examples of that. What's really cool about it is that we've learned a lot, I think, from these few experiments that I'm going to show. The role that community change plays in determining responses or not determining extreme responses, and the limitations that we still have in trying to understand extreme events. So let me show you a couple of these examples. So this one is from a study that we did and published in 2014. And that's where we imposed a 2-year drought in Tallgrass Prairie, which is the site that I work in a lot. It's a mesec grassland. We get about 830 millimeters a year. So it's got a lot of rainfall. And we set up an experiment to impose a drought that was kind of equivalent to any kind of 2-year period during the Dust Bowl. So we wanted to really push the system, make it extreme, but within the realm of normal, something that might be expected to occur in the system. We were lucky enough because Konza Prairie is a long-term ecological research site located in Kansas. We had over 100 years of climate records, and we had over 30 years of above ground productivity data. So we could put our experiment within the context of the long-term record, which is really cool. And so what we found is that we imposed this drought for 2 years. So note that in the first year, we didn't get much. We got some loss in function, but this is the 5th percentile based on the long-term record of productivity. But by the second year, we saw a big loss in function. It was the lowest productivity we had ever measured at the site. And we were like, yes, we did it. We were very excited about this. And when we put that into context of the long-term record, what I'm showing here is growing season precipitation versus above ground net primary production. The black dots are the long-term record of measurements that we've made at the site. And then you'll see these are the control plots during our experiment. And here's the first year, and then the second year. And here's where an extreme climatic event would occur. So that, right, it's beyond the 5th percentile for growing season precip and the 5th percentile for productivity. And in that year, we did elicit an extreme climatic event. Wow. And we were like, yes, this is so exciting. Now, what caused that? Was this just a loss in growth? Or did we see, like the framework would predict, that we started to see some change in the community at that time? What I want to point out here too is this is a theme that you'll see is duration is really important with a lot of these extreme events. It's often really hard to elicit an extreme ecological response just with a single year event, but it's not impossible. And I'll show you an example of that in just a second. Okay, so why did we see this extreme response in productivity? Well, what we found is that we eliminated a co-dominant forb species from this system with this drought. Andropogon giardii, which is a C4 grass in the system, is the dominant grass. But in this site, this Solidago canadensis or Canada goldenrod was a co-dominant. But once we droughted for 2 years, we shifted the system to C4 grass dominance. So we pretty much relegated this, what was a co-dominant forb, to a pretty rare condition in the community. And we saw that change in community composition as shown in this multi-dimensional scaling plot by the second year of the drought. So we started to see a change in composition. Richness was not affected at all, which is kind of interesting because that typically is what people think happens with drought, is that you lose species. We didn't see any species loss yet, but we did see a significant reordering of the community. But what was really fascinating, I think, is that contrary to our expectations, we did not see any effect on resilience. We actually saw high resilience of the system. So here's the 2 years of drought. Here's the first year after the drought. Both treatments were within 1 gram of each other. And that persisted even the second year after the drought. So even though there was low resistance of the system, as expected when you start to get community change, it did not preclude resilience in the system. Oh, didn't mean to do that. Sorry. So here's the, the expectation from that framework. We get species reorder, and we might expect recovery would be prolonged. Well, it wasn't. It was actually quite rapid after the drought ended. So this raised a question. It's like, okay, clearly we didn't lose the right species. I think if we would have lost the seafoam grass, if the drought would have caused the loss of that species, I think we would have had low resilience in the system. But we were fortunate enough to maintain that species. It has an extensive bud bank. It was able to marshal that, and we saw full recovery after the drought, which is so cool, I think. So, but it doesn't necessarily fit into the framework, into my worldview, but that's okay, because it starts to give us, ideas of where we could start to see divergence from this framework. Okay, I want to say too that most past experiments, I just showed you one, only did 2 levels, right? Control and drought. But and maybe that drought isn't always extreme. So really, a lot of times what questions still remain is like, what magnitude will it take to cross thresholds? How long will it take for these kind of species changes to occur and to cause these large system responses? And where are those thresholds and what are they? And I'm going to show you 2 examples where we start to get into these gradient approaches, where we apply multiple levels of extremity to see what does it take to push the system to those extreme responses. So the first one is again from Schule's lab, where they applied a whole range of treatments going from kind of nominal precip to quite extreme, like well outside of the range of normal variability. And what was interesting about this is a site in the Tibetan Plateau, is that they saw only a response with the most extreme precipitation reduction. And this is after 3 years of drought. So here it is, most extreme drought. They finally got a loss in function, and it was extreme within the realm of the natural variability of the system as well. So only the most extreme drought they found. So if they would have just stopped here, which is where we were for our drought experiment in the tallgrass prairie, they would have thought, no, drought does not matter in the system. It really took pushing the system well outside of its normal range of variability. So it may be that, like a lot of experiments where we don't see these extreme responses, we're just not, maybe the long-term record doesn't really reflect the whole range of variability that those systems have experienced in the deep past, for example, not within the 50 maybe year range that we have a precip for many sites. Okay, and what they found too is that time mattered. So these effects emerged, they were greater over time with respect to productivity. And they also found that species change mattered, but in this sense, in this case, it was because they actually saw loss of species. They didn't see really big changes in composition, except that were attributed to changes in richness. But one thing that they did found is that the species asynchrony decreased, meaning that species responses to the drought became more like they all were doing the same thing. And because of that, they believed they saw the largest losses in function. So again, there was changes in the community, but they were different than what we found in the tallgrass prairie. But they were, those changes only occurred for the most extreme drought. So there is this match between changes in composition or changes in the community and these extreme responses. Okay, final example. This is from a student of mine where he imposed a single year experiment where he did a whole range of extremity in both dry conditions and wet conditions. So both positive and negative extremes. And what he found is that if you look at the different percentiles going from the 1 percentile to the 50th percentile on the dry end versus the 85th to the 99th percentile, you'll see one thing that pops out, right? We can get pretty extreme production responses when we reduce precipitation, but you can water this prairie quite a bit and still not get extreme responses on the wet end of things. So he did see that an extreme climatic event was observed for actually quite a broad range of extremity and precipitation at this site, whereas the deluges didn't really elicit any kind of extreme climatic events. But what I think is really cool about this is that we saw no community change. So you can get pretty extreme responses even with a single year if you push the system. And in this case, he didn't have to push it that much to get a pretty large reduction in productivity at the site without even eliciting community change. But of course, as you might imagine, he had high resilience. The site bounced right back the year after this. So community change is still likely a really important thing for maybe limiting or affecting resilience after these kind of extreme events. Okay, so what do we learn? I showed you a bunch of examples, right? What do we learn from this? Well, the first thing I would say is that we know that there's often a mismatch between extreme climatic conditions and extreme ecological responses. And yet we want to know that match, right? We kind of want to know, when does it happen? Because those are the ones that are going to be really significant. Those are the ones that are going to make us concerned, partly because they have large ecological impacts, but typically they also have very large socioeconomic impacts. We know that there's experiments we can do experiments and see impose these extreme climate conditions and elicit these extreme ecological responses. So we know that they happen, and we know that they don't necessarily require plant community change, but they likely do at least resilience is likely to be affected by that. We just don't know to what extent in across a broad range of systems. And so this framework, I think, is still quite useful in the sense that if we're thinking about resistance and resilience to these extremes, we need to understand the timescales of these kind of changes that occur and whether or not the system can bounce back from those changes. Some systems might be quite resilient, like the tallgrass prairie, but other systems, if you lose like a very important dominant species, for example, they may not bounce back at all. And we need to understand when that happens, I would say. And reordering a species seems to be kind of the norm. That happens a lot when we impose these kinds of events. But we can have situations where we can have high resilience, but I think it really depends on the traits of the species in the system. And we need to know what those traits are. The other thing we need to know, right, is how extreme does it have to be? And how long does it have to be to elicit these kind of responses? What's the trade-off between the two? Are they kind of like equal? I doubt it. I think that duration, it matters very much, but we have to have extremity too. So those kinds of questions, we still have a lot to learn from that. And we need to understand really what characteristics of climate extremes elicit these responses. You know, what's the timing of them? What's the magnitude of them? How frequent do they need to be? And for example, I've got an experiment that's going on where we've now in the 3rd round of drought. So we're trying to look at the frequency and its effect. And that is something we haven't done so much because we often do the drought and then we stand back and let it recover. And we need to start imposing more frequent events and seeing where the limits are for systems in their recovery. And I think we also need to understand, when do we get what causes extreme ecological responses? And why do they occur sometimes in the absence of extreme climate events? What other events are causing these extreme climate or extreme ecological responses? So I think that's a really cool question. And when you look at the mismatch with the MODIS data, I mean, that's a big mismatch. It's like, why are we getting extreme responses and not having extreme climate conditions? What else is going on? Okay, and then just a few other thoughts. You know, everybody says this, we need more experiments. We need more studies, but I think it's true. And we need to kind of really start to address all dimensions of these extreme events, not just extremity, but also duration and frequency, like I said. And I'm making a plug for Kate's talk. I also think that we need these coordinated experiments because, like I told you, in the tall grass prairie, we saw high resilience. But I think that was really system specific. It was because we had this species that was able to marshal a bud bank, recover quickly. But that might not be the case in other systems, depending on the traits of the species. And so with coordinated experiments, we can start to look at some of these mechanisms in a really highly comparable way. And then finally, I would say this is another thing that we're still lacking. Even though the long-term data sets are growing in numbers, we still know much less about the ecological responses as we do climate conditions. We have monitoring systems all over the world to measure climate, and yet we don't have that for ecological systems. And if we did, we might have a better idea of what that benchmark is, what the target is, and what better able to quantify the changes that we see in systems. So we need to collect more long-term data, is what I would say. Okay, and with that, I'm done. I'm happy to answer any questions that you might have, and I appreciate again the opportunity to talk to you. So, thank you.
Thanks. Yeah, we do. So that's a question. Yeah, so I was thinking about experiments, drug experiments, I guess, just interacting with groundwater. And I know it would be trenching and whatnot. And I was thinking, okay, well, probably the prairie grass is deeper rooted than both not.
Yeah.
But then the satellite data wouldn't have that problem because those whole areas were
Exactly.
so it's not really just an artifact of plants with deep roots or accessing water because the landscape is crowded.
Mm-hmm.
It's an actual real effect of
Yeah, I do think that we trenched to a meter in that experiment. That said, I think we're still, they can go deeper than that. Our expectation was actually, and some of the isotope data suggests that the core region goes deeper than the grass. That's why we were very surprised that the core was knocked out. We're like, what's going on here? Should have been the C3 fork that was, doing well. But we think that what happened is that we got such a deep reduction in water availability that we just kind of went over the edge for that first. But I take your point too, that the idea that that's one of the limitations with these experiments, right? There's others, but one of the limitations is it's so hard to think about how do we scale these pot level to these large expanse areas that are experiencing drought, and you're having accompanying increases in temperature and all these other things that occur. But I still think that that's why oftentimes I think with experiments we need to really push them, because what we're often, what we're doing is we're reducing water, but we can try to take into account some of those other effects that occur more regionally by even pushing them harder. I don't think we push them hard enough with the experiments. When we did that experiment in Congress Prairie, we had a colleague that was like, you're going to kill it. It's going to be dead. Do you really think you should be doing this? And I was, I think it's going to be okay. It reduced production a lot, but it didn't necessarily kill the system like we thought it was going to.
So in terms of the resilience in that experiment, did you actually, did the goldenrod die, or did they just sort of dormant and then either way grow?
They died. Yeah, so they're just starting to recover. So now we're in 2019. We just started to see more goldenrod coming in. So it's taken them a while to come back. I was surprised by that. I expected them to resprout. They didn't do that. So we feel pretty confident that they died. And we also had individuals die that we could go back to and so yeah, it was quite it was really contrary to our expectations. We expected the C3s to do much better than they did.
So do they die in back in life, or do they have
Oh, yeah, so the goldenrod does both, right? It has a rhizome system. But what I've noticed in the site is that we get a lot of systems of goldenrod too. If it's a decent year with decent precip, we'll see some more color. So I think it does both. I think in those plots, they're coming back probably in both ways. I can't be sure. 'Cause there's some small ones, but there are some big ones that are coming back. It's like, well, they can't be coming back from seed. So we think they're probably doing both. And that's just the grasses on the other hand, that's all about budget. So I think that Weaver was right. They can remain dormant for quite some time. And there's other evidence to suggest that. But they maintain extensive bud banks. And those bud banks can be, remain in stasis until they're ready to marshal for several years again. So they have a good strategy. They're pretty, it's no wonder they can do well with trout and raising.
Yeah. So could you speak a little bit to specifically safety and responses?
Yeah.
Yeah. So you could from what you said, how variable the responsibility is.
So what they found with that experiment is that, typically under normal conditions, the species are pretty asynchronous in the sense that some might be responding positively or negatively to varying climate conditions. But with the drought, what they found is they all kind of they're started to do the same thing. And if you look in the stability literature, asynchrony tends to be a key characteristic of community that promotes stability. And so the idea is that if you start to get more synchronous populations, they're all tanking because of drought, for example. It's likely that system is not going to be very resilient afterwards. But that was one of the key things that they saw changing the communities. And it started to actually all kind of converge in response to the drought, which will forward for resilience. I think they're now in a resilient space of their experiment, so it'll be really cool to see whether they got recovery from this drought or not. All the fun things that you can do after you post drought. So
Thank you again.
yeah, thank you.
So Dr. Smith is part of the panel of two other people this afternoon. So if you have any more questions for her, I'm sure she'd be happy to answer them there. And I'd like to invite our second plenary, Dr. Kate Wilkins, who's also at Colorado State, and for a quick.
Oh yeah, great. Thank you. Great.
Hi, I'm Kate Wilkins, and I'm a postdoctoral fellow in the Smith Lab at Colorado State University. And I also want to thank Alex for this opportunity to speak with you all today. I'm here to talk to you all about DroughtNet, which is one of the ways in which we try to measure these extreme climatic events through experiments. And DroughtNet is a global research coordination network that was funded by the National Science Foundation in the United States. As Mindy mentioned, drought is predicted to increase over time. And with this map that we see here, the colors from the yellow to red and purple spectrum represent drying conditions, and the colors on the green to blue spectrum represent wet conditions. And this is modeled from data around the globe of temperature, precipitation, wind speed, radiation, and modeled over time to predict what we might see with dry and wet conditions around the globe. And as you all can see, many of these areas become much more dry through time. Some of the areas become a bit more wet, but again, we're seeing much more red and even purple areas, indicating that drought will become more severe through time. And the consequences of this drought are many, from the economic to ecological and social. Economic consequences of drought include drying conditions for agriculture and farmland, where maybe certain livestock aren't able to get the feed that they need to be robust. Crops might not grow as well. Ecological conditions include, or ecological consequences include, reduction of plant biomass, as we also heard, which has cascading effects on wildlife that rely on plants for either their food or habitat. And then again, the social conditions, such as the Australian wildfires, which were spurred on by around 3 winters of drought. There was no rain in the previous 3 winters in Australia, which led to more intense and extreme wildfires that have made people leave their homes and created other negative social conditions in Australia. And the focus of my research is on the ecological consequences of drought. And there's been studies that show conflicting plant responses to drought in water-limited systems. In some studies, there's been evidence that there's no response to drought for biomass, species composition, as well as species richness and density. Whereas in other systems, lower mean annual precipitation and smaller rainfall event sizes, there was actually an increase in the sensitivity of those systems to drought. So they were seeing a response of above ground net primary production in particular to drought. And so there's this conflict where some systems seem to be resistant to drought, whereas other systems are more sensitive to drought. And one of the ways that we can improve information on ecosystem response to drought is some of what Mindy has already highlighted. We have a lack of coordinated experiments across a large network of ecosystems, so different ecosystem types from grasslands to shrublands to forested sites. So we need to be incorporating more of these coordinated experiments, so not just using model data. That can be really helpful, but we need to experimentally assess what's going on at these sites, again, across those different ecosystems over a longer period of time. So there's been many studies where the amount of time that drought has been imposed was variable, and it was anywhere from 1 to 11 years. And so we need those coordinated experiments to implement the same length of drought across those sites. And again, looking at extreme drought. So with many experiments, that again is variable with what's being imposed. And so implementing something that's within or beyond that 5th percentile that Mindy was mentioning, so something in the tails of what we would expect over the long-term record. And that's where DroughtNet comes in. That's really the inspiration for DroughtNet, is trying to understand how we can get those coordinated experiments to happen. And this is a picture from the very first meeting of the main founders of DroughtNet. It was funded in 2013. And for about the first 2 years, the steering committee, which consisted of people from 14 different universities across 7 different countries around the globe, for the first 2 years of DroughtNet, they were really debating, so even before they got funding, they were debating what the protocol should be, because it is so variable and there's so many different ideas and definitions of what extreme drought might be. It took a while to really solidify those protocols. And the call for data for DroughtNet occurred in 2014, and I think there was a mass email and other recruitment materials that went out to recruit people to engage in DroughtNet and participate in these experiments. And the goals for DroughtNet are to understand how terrestrial ecosystems differ in their sensitivity to extreme drought. So again, focusing on terrestrial ecosystems, and also wanting to be able to use this data from the network to enable land managers to adapt and prepare for extreme drought. So we will have, at the end of all of this, a robust data set that people can use to identify different factors across these terrestrial ecosystems that might help land managers around the world. And we have an online repository for the data that's not, the data is not yet publicly available, but all of the protocols for DroughtNet are available online. And this is where researchers were directed to be able to standardize all of their methods across these different sites. So we had protocols on how to collect the vegetation data, how to build the shelters that they would need to implement the drought, as well as data templates for collecting the data and then sending it to us all in the same format. And as part of this, as part of the website, there's also a terrestrial precipitation analysis tool. And sites were able to take precipitation data from their specific area, import it into the terrestrial precipitation analysis package, and then model what the precipitation would have been for the last 100 years at their site. And then that TPA tool gave them what the 1 in 100 year drought would be for their site. So for us, for DroughtNet, we define extreme drought as the worst drought in the last 100 years for that site. What was that 1 year of extreme drought, that 1 percentile? So we're going even beyond that 5th percentile into that 1%. And this tool was super helpful because it was catered to each site so that they could figure out how much they needed to reduce precipitation based on the long-term record of rainfall data for their site. And the requirements for DroughtNet, so they had to impose that extreme drought, that 1 in 100 year drought, and have or submit at least 4 years of data. So again, we wanted a longer term data set. As Mindy showed in her graph from that one study, a lot of the sites had less than 4 years of data under which they had implemented drought. So we wanted at least 4 years of data. And we wanted them to provide data on above ground net primary production, plant species composition, the mean temperature at their site, as well as the mean precipitation at the site, and then soil nutrients and texture, pardon me, for those sites. And I'm really happy to report that, sorry, that's covered up by the presentation piece, but we had 112 sites that opted in to participating in DroughtNet, which is really amazing because they're from all over the world. They represent 4 different main ecosystem types, so grasslands, shrublands, forests, and desert. We are dominated by grasslands, but we were really excited that other site types decided to participate. And we have sites from every single continent except Antarctica, which is also promising because that's really getting at one of the main goals, which was to look at across a lot of terrestrial ecosystems around the world. And just to give you all an idea of what these different sites look like, we have shrublands in Israel, grasslands in Australia. Our desert sites are all currently located in the United States. We also have a savanna site that's in a more tropical location in Brazil, as well as forest sites in the United States, and an example of what some of the grasslands look like at some of our sites in Europe, and specifically Germany. So we have, again, a wide variation of sites that all look quite different, but it's exciting because they're all implementing similar methods across these sites. And to give you all an idea of the range of features across the different sites, the elevation of these sites range anywhere from 0 to 4,600 meters. Mean annual temperature is -2 to 29 degrees Celsius. And our mean annual precipitation is between 155 to over 2,000 millimeters. And for the precipitation reduction at these sites, it's from 20 to 95%. And again, that's because it's based on the precipitation record for those sites. So it's catered to each site, which is one of the, I think, really beneficial features of the DroughtNet data set, is that it's capturing this range of variation in sites and what we see and what will we see with drought across these different site types. And for the years, people have sent us data from 2010 to 2019, and you'll notice that 2010 is before DroughtNet actually even started, but this data is, we're considering the pre-treatment data. So a lot of that is pre-treatment from sites that started implementing an experiment before starting DroughtNet, and so that's all of the pre-drought data before they started implementing that extreme drought. And just to give you all an idea of what this process looks like for having all of these sites all around the globe that are participating in this experiment, They send us their raw data, they send it to me, either through email or submitting it through the website. And that's brought into MySQL. And we've been working with the Nutrient Network, which is based at the University of Minnesota. And the Nutrient Network is another research coordination network. And they have developed some really amazing code using structured query language that we have adopted for DroughtNet. And it's amazing at organizing data, standardizing it. And we're using that not only because it's really helpful for cleaning our data sets, but also because in the future we hope to merge with the Nutrient Network and have a DroughtNet / NetNet or Nutrient Network database and data set where there's sites that are imposing both drought as well as implementing or adding nutrients to their sites. And then once it goes through MySQL, we get a clean data set, or mostly clean, and we bring that into RStudio for maybe some final cleaning up and analyses, and then we get our final products that then we then hope to distribute to people within the network, and then eventually people beyond the network. And for the research questions, I'm going to focus on some of the questions that we have about the above ground net primary production data, and I'll go into some preliminary results that we've just begun to see. We're just now beginning to explore this. And we want to understand how sensitive are ecosystems to 1 year of extreme drought globally. In addition, we want to know if drought sensitivity varies across precipitation gradients as well as different vegetation types. And for this, we're testing the Huxman-Smith model, in which the Huxman-Smith model states that with sites that get more precipitation, more mean annual precipitation, we actually see less sensitivity in those sites. Compared to sites that get more or less precipitation, we actually tend to see more sensitivity. So the idea there is that sites that are getting less precipitation might already be on the edge of what they can stand. And if you implement a drought, it's just going to push them over the edge, and they won't really be able to recover with that extreme drought. Whereas sites that are receiving more precipitation, they might be a little bit more resilient and resistant to that. And so for some preliminary results, this is just looking at the first year of drought. We do hope to look and assess what's happening with later years of drought. We're actually still receiving data for the 4-year mark. So right now we're really focusing on the early response of drought. And we are beginning to see that some of our sites, or that our data is starting to mirror what we see with the Huxman-Smith model, which is what we would predict. So it's been, that's kind of an exciting result to see within the first year. We would expect maybe this to be a stronger response as we move forward in time and begin to look at later years of the drought. There are still some site issues that we need to work out as well, but some interesting first results to look at. I also want to show you all what we're starting to see based on the habitat types. And this is kind of an unwieldy graph, so don't worry about what's on the x-axis. This is just, or sorry, the y-axis. These are just the sites. On the x-axis, we actually have the effect size. And for this graph, the more negative it is, the more sensitive it is to drought. And the more positive responses are the ones that are less sensitive to drought. And in general, we're seeing across the different habitat types that most of them are more sensitive to drought. They are experiencing some drought sensitivity, except for our forest sites. The forest sites have not quite responded yet. And I would like to also point out that our grand mean, so when we average all of the information from these sites together, we do see a significant negative response to drought. And our next steps, we would like to understand the relationship between species composition and plant production. And so for this, we would expect in the first year that drought will have a really strong response on ANPP or our above ground net primary production. And maybe a weaker response on the composition of species that we see at those sites, which then that species composition may have a weak relationship with what we are seeing with the above ground net primary production. However, in later years, we might expect drought to have a stronger effect on the species composition, which then in turn will have a stronger effect on that above ground net primary production. So this is something we're hoping to explore with structural equation modeling and understanding those different tiers of those relationships and connections. So some of the challenges with working with this really large data set from sites all around the globe, even though we have protocols listed online, researchers have a lot of trouble following directions, I've realized. And we get data sheets that don't follow our templates at all, or we get data that isn't even from the drought. They just send us all of their data. They're like, you want all of our data from every experiment we've ever done. It's like, no, we just want drought data for now. So that's been, an interesting challenge to overcome. For the most part, we've been able to figure out any potential errors just based on what the researchers did. We can go back, look at the data sheet and say, oh, there was a mistake here, or they didn't follow this protocol. So that's been, while it's a challenge, it's been one that we've been able to address. Also, standardizing units for above ground net primary production. For us, we would like it all in grams per meter squared. And some sites are like, yeah, we sent it in grams per meter squared, but it'll be like 40,000 grams per meter squared, which is ridiculous. So we always have to go back and be like, hey, are you actually reporting this in the right unit? And again, that's an easy fix, but something that when we were first looking at the data, we were like, this doesn't look plausible. So yeah. And also, accurate weather station data has been a challenge, specifically for sites located in South America and parts of Africa. And so trying to understand how we can get more accurate weather station data, or somehow enable those sites to be able to collect their own weather data so that we can get a better idea of what's going on with precipitation, so that we understand how much precipitation are drought plots receiving versus the control plots that don't have shelters. And then another challenge will be the species composition data. So I haven't quite started entering that yet. I'm just now beginning to do that. And I'm really excited to start exploring that, but I think that, we will likely come across some challenges with that information and trying to standardize what we're seeing with the species across those sites. And I'd just like to acknowledge the DroughtNet network and all of the sites that have agreed to participate in this study. It's really exciting that we have so many people on board that are invested in this, and it's been a really interesting and exciting adventure for me to go on in exploring this data. And also the National Science Foundation, which originally funded the network, as well as the National Center for Ecological Analysis and Synthesis. We recently received a grant to synthesize and have more people come together to start synthesizing this data, because there is so much of it, and it can be a tricky data set to work with. And so with that, I'll take any questions, and I have my email up here and Twitter account. You all have other questions that maybe you don't feel comfortable answering in here or asking in here. Yeah.
So the other type of experiment is sufficiently powerful and impressive. I think the main problem is when it's finished, then you want to go back to your own lab level single site experiment with puny comparison.
Yeah.
The definitive answer is already there, right? But thinking, at a broader scale, so do you think we've kind of met the limits of the lab level field experiment when it comes to studies, and we really have to, we like our autonomy and our freedom as individual research, but do you think we'll gain so much more by really shifting the structure of how we do experiments? Have we met the limits of the single site experiment?
Yeah, I would say it depends, but for I would say especially experiments on extreme climatic events, I would say it's really important to have this larger network of sites that are doing these coordinated experiments to really be able to have a more definitive answer for what is happening with drought. Like, what are we seeing on a global scale with something like drought? And I think that it just increases the power, it increases the ability of our message to permeate throughout the public, as opposed to just having these single site experiments that might just be indicative of what's happening at that site.
So maybe, so we do have to figure out.
We might.
Because your map
Yeah.
is still like, it's limited by people in single sites, right?
Yes.
They're all clustering.
Yes.
Yeah. So what if you were told you were given staff 300 people, but globally, that'd be so much more effective.
Oh, it'd be awesome. Yeah, that would be great. I would love for somebody to have funding like that to provide to, have something where we can be distributed. Because we are, like you said, we have these little clusters of sites in Europe, the US, South America. We have still poor representation across Africa and other parts of like the Middle East. And we have, I would say, pretty good representation in China. But yeah, we definitely need more distributed experiments. Yeah.
Kind of a philosophical experimental design.
Oh, okay.
Are you doing 127 experiments?
I would say that we're doing one big one. Yeah.
You're talking about
Yeah.
different people that do different things
Right.
the same way.
Yeah, that definitely has been a challenge. But I would say that in the end, we're really trying to bring all of these sites together and all of the information from these sites together. And that might also require some more thought since it is such a philosophical question. But I would argue that it's one big experiment. We're trying to get one idea from these experiments across these different sites. Yeah.
So you mentioned that you guys are taking steps to test the results for most effective.
Yeah.
I think one example that you were saying one
Yes.
what other
Yeah, so I can only speak for some of the work that I'm trying to do. I recently applied for a grant through the U.S. Department of Agriculture specifically to do that for sites in the United States and be able to take the data from those sites and have meetings where we bring together land managers from the federal government, ranchers and farmers to have a workshop where I can communicate that data for them or to them. And other sites, I think we would encourage them to do something similar, but I can't speak to whether other sites in particular are doing that. But then in the end too, we hope to make this entire data set, once we've gotten all of the data together and have started doing more analyses and have a more coherent idea of what it looks like, to be able to share that with the broader public. Yeah. Oh, goodness. It's going to be a while, I would say. So maybe, I don't know, another few years, because the other part of the network is that we need to get this information published first before starting to share some of the data. And just realistically, it'll likely take a few years, I would say. Not currently, yeah. But I would say within the next 2 years.
Okay.
Next 2 years, for sure. Yeah, yeah.
I mean, but like the 1 year data, right? Well, we're working on that paper. Hopefully we'll have that this spring.
Yes.
And that data will be made available because that's what we do, right?
Yeah, yeah.
But yeah, like the species composition data, we don't even, that's still like.
Yeah.
There's no way, but as soon as it's published, it's going to be available.
Right.
But that's the thing about these coordinated experiments. One of the reasons people do it is that they know that the data is made available to the network first, primarily, and then it's made available also pollution effect. Yeah.
Thank you, Kate.
Yeah.
Appreciate that.
Thank you all so much.
Thanks, everyone. We're going to our first break. There'll be a coffee up at the front in just a moment. Not really. Francis.
Oh, okay.
Now they're back in our.
Oh, they moved over. Oh, wow.
Actually, it's not a house
I know this to see it come soon. They're like, what do you mean? I worked with you guys. That's all you guys. Like,
Right now, we're like scrapping things.
Right. It's usually things that are.
your CFO.
This is the secretary of the interior.
Pull back on.
So there might be
Yeah, when I first started, it was a good group of Christine, Eduardo, Glenn, they're on the up and up. And then,
but that was the only time it was a good group. Before that, it was like
Ian left too? Oh, I know Ian left.
Ian went to Durham, and went to Francis got that, yeah, is an MOE, so it's just on that staff and community champion. And right now, everyone has a place, but I think the secretary. Oh, yeah, yeah. It's a lot of work. It's hard to just, it's what the CFO is, what to listen, material wise, If you have no control over it, you just adapt. All of our residents, you're quite correct.
Good on you guys. Saying true.
Yes. Give me a dog.
I heard you're organizing a landscape symposium or something like that. Yeah, it's fun. Yeah, I might go check it out. It'd be interesting to see it.
The abstracts are. But I think Scott will probably, yeah, Scott, I will, symposium, Monday, I think. Scott will, I asked Scott to send some of the work that you did.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
We got a name. Yeah, managed to like invite enough people, enough people so I agree. Everything together. You have one person that's the answer the call. And so,
Oh, yeah.
Hi, Kat. Can you hear me?
Alex.
You can hear me or you can't hear me?
I can't hear you.
Oh, that's nice.
Yeah. How's it going?
I can't quite hear you though. That's the only downside.
Let's see what I can do here. Is there any difference here if I lean in, maybe? Can you hear me now, Alex?
I like this whole coat hanging thing.
Oh, the coat hangers. Yeah, pretty good. Pretty good.
The standard slot, like,
Kind of. It's kind of the older buildings. Newer buildings actually got rid of it. Funny enough.
it's funny, I always ask that, in a country like this, why is there no, like, active provision, like in restaurants and anywhere?
It's funny. At restaurants, we don't even use them because, like, I guess they're distracted by it, or they are so used to not having them. That's not gonna work. Yeah, can you say something?
Yeah. Can you not hear me?
You're super quiet, and I can't quite figure out why.
That is weird. I'm yelling. I
You
think
can
my
hear us,
mic.
though. That's pretty
I
awesome.
can hear you. Yeah, definitely. Is there any change there? Is that any better, Alex?
It's a little bit better, but it's not going to be great, I don't think. Give me a moment to try and troubleshoot this.
Okay.
Are you live streaming?
Yeah, I'm trying to live stream, but you can't hear it, right? Like, it's not gonna- Sorry, Kat, I know this is embarrassing, but can you just say something so I can pinpoint where the sound's coming from?
Yeah, no problem at all. Can you hear me at all better?
Nothing yet.
Yeah, I did that. Herb did that. And then I heard
Yeah, we have a lot of sites. So that's interesting. A lot of sites.
Exactly, right. I was like, I'm intrigued.
All right, Kat, what I'm going to do, I'm going to bring it up on my laptop and then present you through my laptop. So it's not going to be, I'm pretty sure you're going to work with my laptop. You're just not working with this computer for some reason.
Okay. I tried upping
Just sit
my.
tight for like 2 minutes, but I'm working on it.
Okay, sounds good.
and I didn't know that I didn't have meetings. So yeah.
So I had a question for you.
Yeah, what's up?
So Is there a lot of the students from York University, or do you think, are they more
It's
broad?
actually surprisingly not. Like
Really?
most, I'd say it's like maybe a quarter from York and the rest from other places throughout Ontario.
Okay.
And she's from Cincinnati and
Yeah.
people from University of Alberta. And so
Yeah, okay.
it's actually a few people came in.
That's cool. I looked at the, the talks, but I didn't know how many people came that aren't giving talks.
Oh yeah, yeah, about 14 people presenting and about 60 attending.
Yeah, that's cool. Well, hopefully that was in line with what you were hoping.
It was, yeah, exactly right on point. So that's perfect. All right. Yeah, sorry about that, but you're live now, so it's good.
Oh, great. Is it working better?
I'm going to shut off my audio and my video because you don't need it. All
Okay,
right?
great. And can you hear me better now, Alex? Alex?
Yep.
It's not letting me share my screen while you're sharing on your end.
You're not going to let me share. Oh, so I have to stop sharing?
Yeah.
Sure, I can do that. Give me a second. How about that?
It looks like it's saying you're still sharing.
Still won't let you?
No. Ah, this should work. Okay, we're all set.
All right, good. That's good.
And you can hear me better now?
Okay, can you say something?
Yes. Can you hear me now?
Why, can you say something? Yeah.
Can you hear me better now?
Anyone hear this? Medium.
I can hear you. Doesn't seem like you can hear me very well.
I'm not sure where the speaker's coming from either.
If I yell, is that better?
You'll get about 50% of the audience. But yeah, I think that's the best I can do it currently. I'm sorry.
Okay, I'll just yell really loud. This will work.
All right, thanks. I'll try and troubleshoot, I guess, while we do.
Are we all set, Alex?
Yes. So sorry.
Okay.
So Kat
No
will be
worries.
Skyping in. She works with Dr. Volkovich out in UBC, and she's currently at Harvard. Is that correct, Kat?
That's correct.
So I've been trying to troubleshoot it. Unfortunately, we can't get the audio to go much louder than this. I can't quite figure out why. But as best as I can, I'm going to introduce her and take it away, Kat.
Hi, everyone. Thanks for coming. My name's Kat Chamberlain, and today I'm going to talk to you all about the effects of climate change on temperate forests, specifically looking at late spring freezing events or these false spring events. So as Alec mentioned, these are my co-authors. So we have Ben Cook from NASA, Ignacio Morales Castilla, and Lizzie Wolkovich, who is my advisor. And we all study the effects of phenology, or the timing of life history events. So specifically, I'm interested in spring phenology in trees. So here we have a dormant bud, which is what the buds look like over winter. These leaf scales, these bud scales are really sealed tight over that leaf primordia. And these buds can withstand really, really cold temperatures, so extreme cold temperatures over winter. But in the spring, as those scales start to fold back, we have bud burst, and this leaf material starts to be exposed. Bud burst continues on through leaf out, where we have full expansion of that leaf material. It's green and lush and beautiful. And these phases are really important when thinking about late spring freezing events, or these false springs. So a false spring is when we have freezing temperatures, just like negative 2.2 degrees Celsius is enough, between this bud burst to leaf out timing. If a false spring hits closer to the bud burst time, those bud scales can seal over that leaf material and really close up that leaf material so that bud will never fully leaf out. And if that false spring hits closer to the leaf out timing, it can kill the leaf and completely desiccate that leaf. These are just small scale examples from experiment I've run, but we also can apply this to a larger scale ecosystem. So here we have an example of a beautiful lush forest in Missouri in 2006. It's nice and green, full canopy. In 2007, there was a massive fall spring event that hit large parts of North America, and including this forest. And as you can see, it really decimated this forest. It's dark, it's brown, probably smells really bad. This is going to impact nutrient cycling and this carbon sink, and also affect the trophic cascades in multiple levels of the ecosystem. This forest will take at least 30 days, maybe even more, to refoliate. And even then, it likely won't completely refoliate, which will impact the rest of that season. With climate change, phenology is advancing, so that bud burst and that leaf out is becoming earlier and earlier in the season. Here's an example of a European birch species, Betula pendula. On the x-axis here, we see year. On this first y-axis, we have mean spring temperature in purple. And on the second y-axis, we have average day of bud burst. So before this dotted line, we see that mean spring temperature and average day of bud burst are fairly consistent. But after this dotted line, or this break point, we see this massive divergence. So mean spring temperature is increasing greatly, and average day of bud burst is advancing significantly. This breakpoint is 1984. So that for the purpose of this talk, we will refer to this breakpoint for 1984. The reason is it splits my data perfectly in half. We have information from 1950 to 2016, and it also really captures this divergence quite well. And we see that this trend is also consistent across multiple species in Europe. So across all of these species, we're seeing this increase in mean spring temperature, as well as this advancement in spring phenology. So the next question we wanted to ask is, how are fall springs changing with climate change? And it turns out we are not the only ones that are interested in this question. A lot of people have asked the question, but the results have been inconsistent. Some folks are saying we're seeing an increase in fall springs. Others are saying we're seeing a decrease. Others are saying we're seeing no change at all. The one thing that is consistent across all these studies, however, is they're all looking at only one driver that impacts fall spring risk. So they're only looking at one predictor that might influence fall spring risk. So we looked a little bit further, and again, using this idea of this breakpoint, all that we did was we took climate data and we counted the number of times that the temperature fell below that negative 2.2 degrees Celsius between this time frame. And we compared that number to the number of times the temperature fell below negative 2.2 degrees Celsius after 1984. And we mapped it across Europe. And at first you can see it's just this mosaic of colors. And these green, blue colors represent sites where fall springs are decreasing with climate change, whereas these nice red colors, fall springs are increasing with climate change. So right away, we know that space is very important. And also, I'm sure there's other climatic and geographic factors that are important for predicting fall spring risk with climate change. So we decided we needed to cover all of Europe, and we took leaf out data for 6 temperate European tree species. And sorry, trying to move my face around. We have leaf out data, and we could see that these bright yellow colors are earlier day of leaf out, whereas these darker red colors are a later day of leaf out. So we have data across a lot of Europe. These first 3 species, these first 3 panels represent our early leaf out species. So historically, early leaf out species mean they're more at risk of fall spring. And then down here, our last 3 panels, we have later leaf out species, which historically are less at risk of these fall spring events. Earlier in the spring, we're more likely to have harsher temperatures. Later in the spring, it's going to be a little more consistent, a little warmer as we get ready for summer. So we decided that we needed to look at more than one driver like the rest of the studies using all of this phenology data that we have. The first driver we thought was really important was mean spring temperature. As warmer sites, you would expect that fall spring risk would be lower. Then we decided elevation was really important. So individuals at higher elevation will probably see an increase in risk in fall springs. There's colder temperatures at higher elevations. Next, we thought distance from the coast is really crucial. So individuals that are further inland typically initiate bud burst earlier in the season. So we thought individuals further inland would be at an increased risk of fall spring. The next one is really, really important. It's this North Atlantic Oscillation Index. It's essentially the ENSO of Europe. It's the El Nino for Europe. So a higher NAO indice typically results in a warmer winter and a warmer spring. So we expected that the higher the NAO index, the lower the risk of fall spring. And then the final thing we included in the model was a space parameter. It's simply adjusting for autocorrelation issues. And we're hoping to see no change with the space parameter. It just makes our model more robust and hardy. And then the major question is, how are these things changing with climate change? So we included interactions for each of these predictors with recent climate change, with that breakpoint of that 1984 breakpoint. So we built a model. On the y-axis, we just have those predictors I just listed off, as well as those interactions with those predictors. On the x-axis, we have the change in fall spring risk. So on the right side of this dotted line, we're going to see an increase in fall spring risk. On the left side of this dotted line, we're going to see a decrease in fall spring risk. So here's the model output for just those major predictors. The dots are just the mean estimates from the model, and then the lines are 98% uncertainty intervals. So here for mean spring temperature, we see that sites that are warmer have a decrease in risk as we predicted, and it's quite far from the dotted line. So that means it's a strong predictor of fall spring risk. Next, we see sites that are further inland are at increased risk, again, as we predicted, and it's also quite far from that dotted line, so it's another strong predictor. Then we have elevation. Individuals higher up have a slightly increase in risk. NAO index is actually opposite of what we predicted. So sites that have a higher indice were at greater risk of fall spring. And this possibly is because we're seeing individuals that come out earlier in the spring with higher NAO indices before climate change, we're still getting these extreme weather events, these extreme fall spring events. And then the last thing I really want to point out is this climate change predictor. So we're actually seeing more fall springs after 1984 when not considering these other predictors. So the major takeaways here are mean spring temperature and distance from the coast are the strongest predictors for fall spring risk before climate change. Next, we want to look at what's happening with our interactions with recent climate change. And we're seeing big changes, especially with this mean spring temperature. Mean spring temperature now is on the other side of the dotted line. So sites that are warmer are now at an increased risk after climate change. Distance from the coast and elevation are not changing dramatically. Our geographic factors are staying fairly consistent after climate change. But our NAO indice is changing extremely. It's really decreasing. Years where higher NAO index is present, we're seeing a great reduction in risk in fall springs. So climate change is really reshaping our fall springs, and especially reshaping our climatic factors. So our mean spring temperature and NAO index, but a little less so our geographic factors. Next, we want to look at what's happening with our species. So how are our species changing? Here we have panels just with our major predictors on the x-axis, and then our y-axis, we just have that probability of fall spring risk. And right away, we can see that all the species are generally going in the same direction. We're seeing that except for this elevation panel, we're seeing that Fraxinus excelsior is having a slightly reduced risk at higher elevation. That's likely because Fraxinus generally doesn't grow at high elevations, but otherwise everything is following this similar trend. That said, the magnitude among the species is very different. So if we look at mean spring temperature here, we see that this Betula pendula, this birch species, at low mean spring temperatures is very high at risk. But as you get warmer, as the sites get warmer, that risk decreases immensely. But if we look at this Fraxinus excelsior, risk is always quite low. The most important thing I think here, though, with these panels is this panel E. So before that 1984 breakpoint, our species are very, very similar in their level of risk. But after that 1984 breakpoint, we're seeing our early leaf out species are much more at risk after climate change, whereas our later leaf out species are a little less at risk of fall spring after climate change. So the main takeaways are mean spring temperature and distance from the coast are our strongest predictors of fall spring risk. That said, you need to include every single driver when considering fall spring risk in order to have the most robust forecasting and model. Climate change is really complicating things, as we see across the board. We're reshaping our climatic factors, especially in their influence on fall spring risk. A little less so is climate change impacting our geographic factors like elevation or distance from the coast, but it is still complicating our forecasting. And our species level variation is really increasing. So we're seeing more earlier leaf out individuals are more at risk after climate change, and this could have big consequences to what our forests look like in the future. and space and time really matter. So we need to think about temporal and spatial patterns if we want to progress with studies like this in the future. Thank you very much. I hope you heard me, and I'll take any questions.
Thank you, Kat. Does anyone have one quick question they want to ask? Or anyone able to hear enough? All right, everyone heard? That's excellent. Yeah, so we're able to get the audio working through, so that's good.
Oh, great.
We're a little short on time though, so I'm not gonna blabber this anymore, but thank you so much for presenting for us, and we really appreciate it. Thank you again.
Yeah, thank you, Alex.
Bye.
Bye.
Video on. Take it away whenever you're ready. If you want the microphones there.
Hi everyone, my name is Lydia and I'm from the University of Ottawa. And today I'll be talking about some of the results I have from data collected over the past few summers. And I'm broadly interested in understanding the implications of global change for pollinator populations. And so today in particular, I'll be talking about the effects of drought. This is a map taken from the US Drought Monitor database. And one of the regions that are predicted to be particularly affected by drought are the southwestern United States. And in the summer of 2018, this area experienced a particularly severe drought. And so our lab has done a fair bit of work in the Rocky Mountains of Colorado, which happen to lie in this drought-prone area. And so after that very hot and dry summer in 2018, we were interested in what some of the ecological consequences were bringing in for the ecosystem here. And so I'm interested in how extreme weather will impact pollinators, and in particular bees, because we know that bees need floral resources both for their survival and for reproduction. Right? So adult bees consume pollen and nectar, and they also collect it for their offspring. The hot and dry conditions that come with drought are thought to reduce floral resources. And so if drought is having a potentially negative effect on floral resources, and floral resources have a positive effect on bee fitness, well then we might expect there to be an overall resource-mediated effect on bee fitness. Now at the same time, bees require warm and sunny weather to forage because flight generally requires elevated temperatures. And so favorable foraging conditions would presumably allow bees more opportunity to forage for resources to provision their nests, and they might therefore be able to produce more offspring. And so if we're getting warmer temperatures and fewer storm events in drought years, well then maybe there could be an overall positive effect of drought on bee fitness. And so putting those two pieces together kind of sets the overall framework of my project, where there could be negative effects of drought on bee fitness mediated by floral resources, but also positive effects of drought by improving foraging conditions. And so in light of this, I've broadly structured my talk around three questions. Firstly, looking at the impacts of drought on floral resources, and the impacts of drought on foraging activity, and then the impacts of drought on bee fitness. And essentially, the first two questions are meant to address potential mechanisms that might be driving a relationship between drought and fitness. This third question is meant to look at the overall cumulative effects of drought on fitness. I'll mention that while I've been exploring all of these different relationships, for today I'll just focus on the three in the black here. And so we've been working with these 6 congeneric cavity nesting bee species, and they're a nice group of bees to work with, primarily because the females are solitary, so there aren't queens and workers, and so each female will take care of her own eggs and build her own nest, and that makes it relatively easy to quantify their reproductive output. They're also a nice group of bees to work with because they'll conveniently occupy these wooden trap nests that we have set up at our subalpine sites in Colorado. And so each of these trap nests have these cavities drilled into them, and the bees use them as nesting cavities. And we've actually lined the cavities with paper straws, and so we can temporarily extract the straws and count the number of brood cells these have produced. And so these dark areas are walls that we know are built by bringing in mud, which is a nest, and they separate each brood cell, which contains a single egg. Now, these species do differ in pollen specialization. And so we have one species where females will collect pollen exclusively from plants in the pea family. We have 3 aster specialists, and then we have 2 species that are pollen generalists. And so I'll just briefly go through how we measured all of these variables. For drought, we collected precipitation temperature data. And for today, I'll be mostly focusing in on the effects of precipitation, with the exception of question 2, looking at foraging activity. We conducted floral surveys over the course of the season, and so that gave us an idea of how many flowers were available to bees. For foraging activity, we reported nest entrance activity at our nest with a video camera and also collected temperature data. And so what we were able to get from this was how long bees were spending outside of their nests, presumably foraging, as a function of temperature. And the idea here is that in cooler temperatures, bees often make longer trips because they have to stop and warm up in the sun in order to fly. And so they're thought to be less efficient foragers. And then for bee fitness, I'll be focusing on one aspect, which is reproductive output. And so over the course of the season, we monitored these trap nests and counted how many brood cells they produced. And so for all of these variables, with the exception of foraging activity, we actually have a 7-year data set from 2013. And so on that note, before I jump into the rest of the talk, I just wanted to mention that while I'm broadly interested in how extreme weather affects pollinator populations, the way that I ended up tackling this question was more so by looking broadly at how variation in temperature and precipitation affect these 3 variables, given that over the past 7 years, we've had quite a bit of variation in climate, especially with the drought we had in 2018. And so I use this term drought very loosely here because I know that in the context of my project, I might not necessarily have explicitly tested the effects of a drought. And so to go back to our 3 questions, looking through some results, and starting with the effects of drought on soil resources. So what I have here is an annual metric of soil density as a function of annual accumulated precipitation. I've separated each of our plant families that are different species. And what we found is pretty much no effect of precipitation on soil density. It looks like we have just as many fires when it's hot and dry as when it's very wet, which wasn't really what we were expecting. Presumably, hotter and drier, we'd expect there to be fewer fires. And I guess while we have speculations for why this might be, overall, for this first question, it looks like we don't have much of a relation. Moving on to the second question, the effects of drought on foraging activity. Here we're looking at trip duration, so how long a bee spent at a nest as a function of mean temperature. And what we found was an overall negative relationship, although again, non-significant. And so it looks like bees might be making shorter trips in warmer temperatures. And so maybe we have some evidence that suggests that warming temperatures could be favorable for foraging conditions. Presumably, bees that complete nest foraging trips in shorter durations are more efficient. But that being said, I know this isn't a complete picture here because we didn't actually follow bees after they left their nests. And so for this second question, possibly a positive effect of temperature on foraging activity, although not clear. Moving on to our last question, the effects of drought on bee fitness. So here I'm showing per capita output as a function of global concentration. And I have separate colors for each of our seeds. And what we see is an overall negative effect, so lower reproduction in wetter years, although again, non-significant, with a lot of interspecific variation. And so we're interested in delving into that result a little further. And so what I had just shown you was precipitation over the entire year. This is precipitation just in the summer when the bees are active. And so we have a storm rate metric, which is essentially how many days it rained while bees are active, and then a monsoon metric, which is how much it rained while bees are active. And this time we see a significant negative relationship between reproduction and both metrics. And so bees are tending to have higher reproduction in drier summers, although again, with a lot of interspecific variation. And so for this third question, it interestingly seems as though drier summers might actually be benefiting bee reproduction, at least for some species. Now, how this fits in the context of the other results that I've gone through today is perhaps less clear. And so overall, I might very tentatively conclude that bees and their floral hosts in our study system didn't really respond strongly to drought conditions, at least based on how we quantify our variables. Now, I do have, I guess, speculative thoughts for each of the specific relationships that I won't go through right now. But if I were to broadly comment on some of the results, we have something of interest to me is the interspecific variation in responses to drought. And that maybe it's not easy to make a broad generalization in animal populations about the consequences of extreme events, but even congeneric, closely related species are responding differently. And secondly, it's possible that maybe the bees and the floral hosts in our study system just aren't sensitive to very transient drought conditions. Maybe they respond to climate over a span of years, but not necessarily just to one really hot and dry summer. And so it looks like maybe we've seen extreme climate conditions, but not necessarily an extreme ecological risk. Now, whether that's still the case if we saw a span of hot and dry years is perhaps less clear. With that, I'd like to thank curators for this project, as well as bees and flowers that have participated. And I'll do my best to answer any questions you have.
So you show the number of flowers isn't affected, but what about like actual nectar in the flowers, the amount of pollen produced?
Yeah, so I didn't show, so I collected pollen and nectar and measured soil moisture this past summer. I didn't show that. But what we found was, again, counterintuitive. We saw a significant negative effect of soil moisture on nectar production, which was interesting, and we weren't really sure why.
Anyone else? Thank you. Thank you. Mike.
Perfect. Hi, everybody. Thanks for listening. I'm going to talk about a project that I worked on with my PhD advisor, Professor Jeremy Kerr, and a colleague from the UK, Dr. Sydney Wolf, on predicting climate change-related extinction risk in bumblebees. There we go. So I'm sure everyone here is pretty well aware that over the past few decades, biodiversity across the globe and across the tree of life has been decreasing. And this is, it's probably entirely a result of human activities. A mix of different things like habitat loss, land use change, but probably most interesting to most people in this room, also climate change. So climate change is making average temperatures warmer and warmer every year. Summers are getting warmer, winters are getting milder, and this is likely having an impact on species. And for a lot of populations, we know they're in decline, and this is linked somehow to climate change. But that why is climate change causing this, is a little less clear for most things. And our capacity to predict these climate change related extinctions or even colonizations on the flip side of the coin is also pretty limited. And so as my colleagues began to think about this, and I'll kind of explain the ideas we had in a few moments, but we realized we got a point where we realized we needed to test these ideas. And so the group of species that we decided to test these ideas in was bumblebees. was bumblebee. Was bumblebee. There we go. And we pick bumblebees for a few different reasons. One, they're the most adorable insects on the earth, and that's an indisputable fact. Two, they're great pollinators, both for wild landscapes and also agricultural crops. And so they're kind of an important group to be able to predict extinction for. Also, in our lab, we had a huge collection of bumblebee occurrence data stretching back over 110 years that was brought together by some incredible data contributors. And finally, and probably the most important reason that we picked them, from some previous research, we know that the ranges of a lot of bumblebees across both North America and Europe are contracting. So the ranges are getting smaller, and this is linked to climate change. So we know that this group is in some way in decline, and this is somehow linked to warming temperatures from climate change. But we're not sure exactly why climate change is causing these declines or kind of the extent that they are. So we didn't know that at the start. So I'll take a step back and start to think about why, how climate change might change extinction risk for species. And so if we think that climate determines where species live, which is pretty well supported, then we can imagine if species have a range of tolerances for reductionists that we might just consider temperature, but of course it could be other things like precipitation and droughts or other species that are moving. But if we consider just one axis of temperature and that a species' range is determined just by temperature, then we can imagine that when things start to get too hot and they reach that upper limit of temperature, then extinction rate for that species will be pretty high. When things start to get really cold and the species reaches lower limit of temperature, extinction rate will also be pretty high. But in kind of the middle of these tolerance limits, species will probably do pretty well. And so if we consider this, and we consider climate change, then we can imagine how, with kind of the warming that we know climate change causes and average warming, then some regions that were already too hot for a species, those same regions after climate change will now be intolerable. Extinction rates will be much higher. And other regions that were previously very suitable, were in the middle of those tolerances, will now be closer to those upper thermal tolerance limits. And so now species will be, extinction will again be elevated in these regions. Conversely, regions that were previously too cold, regions that were near the cold limits for a species, with warming can now become more suitable. So extinction would be reduced in these regions, and colonization in similar regions would increase. So all of this is probably pretty intuitive for everyone. And indeed, a lot of kind of research has used this idea of average temperatures and gradual warming to correlate with decline. But that doesn't really tell us about why climate change is causing decline, because animals like bumblebees and even you and me, we don't experience average temperatures. What we experience is kind of day-to-day, minute-to-minute weather patterns. And we know that climate change, like we've been seeing on the talks previously, climate change causes more frequent and more severe extreme events. In the case of temperature, more frequent and more severe heat waves, more frequent and more severe warmer winters, and fall springs, or a whole bunch of associated events. So what my colleagues suspected was that the why climate change might drive extinction has more to do with these more frequent and more extreme weather events, pushing species towards the limits of what they can tolerate. And so we thought if we could develop a way to measure that, how these more frequent and more extreme events are pushing species towards these tolerance limits or even beyond them, then this might be a good way to answer why climate change is driving extinction, and might give us a great tool to predict. And so we did that. We set out a way to measure this. And so we figured that if we consider kind of across the species range, so for a species and for one region, if we looked at the temperatures, the maximum temperatures that a species experiences throughout the year in a given region, and we rescale this relative to what we know the species can tolerate, then we figured that this is a hypothetical example, but you can imagine that in the winter, in January and December, the species is pretty close to its cold tolerance. So that would be a 0 here. Whereas in the summer, kind of June, July, species is probably pretty close to its upper thermal tolerance. So that would be kind of divided 1. And this, we call this our climatic position index, so kind of the position of a species relative to its upper or lower thermal index. And what's cool about this is you can do it for one time period, and then you can do it for another time period after climate change. So you can look at the same region for the same species and how climate change may have pushed that species to experience for more periods of time throughout the year, temperatures that are closer to its thermal tolerance limit or even above it in some cases. So this is a hypothetical example that kind of illustrates what we saw throughout our study. Species having to experience more frequent and more extreme heat events and pushing them beyond what they tolerate. And so we built this. I mentioned we can do it for regions, and so for species in range, like for Bombus centaurum, which is just an example species of European bumblebee, we can plot across and see where across its range it's close to its upper thermal limits in these dark red regions, and where in its range it's close to its lower thermal tolerance for most of the year. And so this is for a baseline period of 1900 to 1974. And like you might expect, in the southern parts of its range where temperatures are pretty high, pretty close to its upper thermal tolerance. And in the colder parts of its range in the north, it's pretty close to its cold tolerance. What we can see is, this is a baseline period, and if we compare this to a more recent period of 2000 to 2015, we can see that climate change and kind of these more frequent and more extreme events has pushed the species closer to its upper thermal tolerance, pretty much across all of Europe. And so this kind of illustrates this idea of how essentially in these darker red regions, which were already close to its upper thermal tolerance limit, and now are even closer, potentially these are regions where the species is declining. So we can make these maps for species, and we did this for 66 bumblebee species across North America and Europe. And we can also do it for communities as well. You can see where communities as a whole are pretty close to their upper thermal tolerance limits, where they're pretty close to their cold tolerance. And then we can look at the change in that after climate change to see where regions, where communities are being pushed closer to their thermal tolerance limits, or this global cooling, or other factors are being pushed away from their thermal tolerance limits. And so we can do this for temperature. We did this. We can also do it for precipitation. Conceivably, you can do it for any kind of climatic variable. I'm just going to focus on temperature but we took these climate layers that we made, these kind of this integrated measure of climate change pushing species towards the high thermal tolerance limit. And we checked to see whether this was related to things like the probability of occupant or the probability of extinction or colonization of species richness. And we used a series of kind of linear mixed models or generalized linear mixed models that accounted for things like phylogeny, sampling, and detection in our data set. And we kind of tried to see how correlated these climatic layers, climatic position effects, was to these declines. And so the first thing we found, which was pretty startling to us, is kind of the magnitude of declines for a lot of these. So this is showing the change in the probability of occupancy for bumblebee species across North America and Europe. And we saw that on average across these continents, the average species declined by about a third probability of occupancy. And this is over only a 25-year gap period, time period. So this is kind of a really large decline in a pretty short amount of time. And just as a reminder, we expected that we would see the most dramatic declines in warm regions or regions that are closer to the species tolerance limit, and then now we're even closer to or beyond it. And that was exactly what we found. So I'm going to step through this figure, which is probably a little small for people in the back, I apologize, but what we're looking at here is changes in the probability of occupancy for human species. So downward slopes are decreases in occupancy, upward slopes are increases. Moving away from this dotted line towards the fire emoji is places where climate change is pushing species closer to or beyond their thermal tolerance, getting more of it. And then these different colors are places where species were already close to their upper thermal tolerance limit, places where they were in the middle of their tolerance limits, or places where they were either near their full tolerance. And so just like we might expect from kind of our intuition when we thought this out earlier, in places where species were already near their hot tolerance limit, their upper thermal tolerance limit, and things got warmer, we saw the greatest declines in the probability of occupancy. Places that were in the middle of their tolerances and got warmer, species declined a little, and in places where species were far from their thermal tolerance limit, near that colder limit, and got warmer, occupancy finished. And using these climatic position layers, this kind of thermal position, we were able to predict declines in occupancy, probability of extinction, colonization, species richness, we were able to predict these changes much better with our climatic position layers than by using things like average temperature or even maximum humidity. So it looked like this idea was linked much more to these declines and might explain why it's like that. So just to kind of summarize, we saw kind of these really large declines in bumblebees across both North America and Europe. We saw these were linked to climate change, and more specifically, climate change pushing species closer to or beyond their thermal climate. I'm really excited to say this paper was published 2 weeks ago, so if you're excited or you're really interested, you can look at that. And on that note, I'm happy to take any questions after I thank all the labs that I worked with here, all the data contributors, without which would have been possible. And of course, huge thanks to the bees for thank you.
As you know, I also say bumblebees, and bumblebees for those that don't know, they overwinter, and they need to stay cold for the queens over winter. Did you look at wintertime temperature and day forming at all, or is that just something I'm just curious, I don't know if you looked at it.
Yeah. So our so if you remember the kind of the plot that I put up where it showed kind of the different temperatures they were experiencing. So we kind of integrated that. We used kind of an annual measure of that, so it was average in some way, but it did incorporate how close they were to their either lower limits, lower thermal limits, or upper thermal limits, even in the winter months. And more importantly, it showed when you looked across different time periods, it would show kind of the difference of that. So in a lot of cases, we did see species in the winter were used to kind of tolerating one kind of condition in January or February. And in a more recent period, they were now being subjected to much warmer temperatures. So I suspect, like you say, bumblebees over winter, a big thing for them could be having a warmer spring where they wake up, there's not flowers to forage. So maybe it's not just heat waves that are kind of related to declines, but it's more of those early warmer winters that are kind of messing up the phenology schedule.
Great.
Exactly, yeah.
Any questions?
Can you just clarify for me whether you're using the term thermal tolerance based on an experimental data set or whether it's just climatic?
Yeah, great question. I should have explained it when you talked as well. But so what we used here was a measure of kind of their observed tolerances. So we looked across in this baseline period of 1900 to 75, across their entire range of when they were spotted, what were the kind of hottest temperatures or the coldest temperatures that they would have experienced in the we took kind of the top 5%. And so it's kind of it's more of a realized measure, not based off of experimental data, but it should have some kind of biological meaning. Certainly some related to the population.
Thank you, Peter.
Thank you.
Steve from the University of Cincinnati.
Hi, I'm Steve. Thank you, Alex. Hi out there. So since this is a conference on extreme climate events, I'm not going to give you any background on climate. I'm just going to jump right into the system because of the few things that I really want to cover. So we've been studying butterflies in the alpine, so in the front ranges of the Rocky Mountains along in the front ranges of the Rocky Mountains, it's an alpine butterfly that lives in these subalpine meadows that are above tree limit. So to give you an idea more schematically of what's going on, this is a network of 17 subpopulations, and we study another 4 that are on a nearby ridge. Each subpopulation is separated by forest, which is a barrier to butterflies' dispersal. And just kind of as a highlight, systems function somewhere between a true metapopulation and a spatial population network where dispersal actually affects the dynamics of surrounding population. The subpopulations that are outlined in red are ones that have gone extinct at some point over our study period. So what I'm going to talk about today is a lot about how climate and weather events affect the population dynamics of the species. And to understand the population dynamics, you need to know a little bit about the life history. This butterfly is univoltine, so if you're not an entomologist, it's like an annual plant. So it has one generation per year. The adults at our site are out around mid-July till mid-August. Females will lay single eggs. That's an egg there. And they don't oviposit on the host plant. They oviposit on the ground, somewhere around where host plants occur. And that'll be important a little bit later in the talk. They go through a larval stage in spring after the snow melts out. They pupate for about 2-3 weeks, and then they emerge again the following summer. So what we're interested in is the population growth from one adult year to the next adult year. So this idea of RT, or population growth. And the way we get these data is hire a bunch of undergrads and have them run around the meadows, chasing butterflies. It's not very high tech. We don't have, there's no cell service there, so we collect all the data by hand in old-fashioned notebooks. We write on the butterfly with Sharpie. You can see there's a little three-letter code on the butterfly there. And we've been doing this for a long time. One of my collaborators, Lucia Hickelbottom, started this back in 1995 with my other collaborator, Jens Roland. So we've been doing this for 25 years, every year, in these 21 subpopulations. And over that time, we've captured 38,000 captures of 224,000. So we have a lot of data. And we can plot out those data and see what's happening over time. And the one thing that I want you to get out of this is it's a very dynamic system. You have orders of magnitude change in population size. It's also somewhat synchronous, and that's what you would expect over a fairly small area that's experiencing relatively the same types of conditions. And so I've come about into climate change and extreme climate events kind of through the back door. I'm a spatial population ecologist, and I want to know why this variation is occurring. And so one of the obvious things when you have these synchronized events and some of these synchronized kind of crashes that we see going from very high abundance to very low abundance is some sort of extreme event happening. And so we wanted to see what was going on with that. And for the sake of brevity, I'm going to not go through any of the statistical methods or anything like this. That's what we've done. But we wanted to see, okay, well, in general, how is climate affecting population dynamics of this butterfly? And so what we've used is this thing called Pacific Decadal Oscillation, or PDO, which is, I don't know if you can see this in the back, sorry, the pointer isn't working. But when we have a very negative PDO, it's when we have warm water piled up on the west coast of North America. And inland, that tends to cause cold, wet winters, particularly well correlated at our study site. On the other side here, when PDO is very high, what we end up having is cool water piled up there, warm water piled up there, sorry, cool water piled up here. And that ends up giving us warm, dry winters. So less snow and generally warmer conditions. And just like you've learned in kind of intro ecology class, organisms seem to be fairly well adapted to their mean conditions. So we have population growth on the y-axis and these PDO values on the x-axis. And what we found is under extremely low PDO or cold, wet conditions, we have fairly low population growth. Whereas under these warm, dry climatic conditions, we also have low population growth. But kind of just in the middle, like Goldilocks kind of idea, we have positive population growth. So each of the dots here, each of these is a year, and each of the dots is one of the 17 populations. So one of the interesting things is that these extreme values of PDO, so either very negative or very positive, have been increasing over time. So PDO records have been interpolated back for dendrochronology and other things, and old maritime type records back to for the turn of the previous century. So those events have been increasing. So, like a good scientist, we want to test our model, and we realized that a couple of years after we published the study that these PDO values in November, March, so when the butterfly is overwintering, which, sorry, I didn't mention that before. This is during the overwintering period, the egg period of the butterfly. Were really, really low, or really, really high. So we expected a really warm, dry winter in over the winter of 2014 to 2015. In fact, so warm that it would cause the extinction of 17 of our 21 populations, according to our model. So we were really excited to get in the field that year and see what happened. And we were completely wrong. We have the highest abundances we had ever seen that year. Our model was very bad. And this is kind of one of the dangers that we have in trying to predict the effects of climate change. We're inherently extrapolating. And extrapolating, going beyond your previously observed X values, isn't always going to produce the right result. So these are, we predicted all negative results, or all negative growths, almost all negative, and we got all positive. So bad model. So that forced us to kind of reevaluate, well, what are we missing here? Well, maybe we're, general climatic conditions aren't that important. It's specific weather events that might be happening. So we went back to the drawing board and took a whole bunch of monthly climatological data over the time of our study system, and kind of whittled that down into the important variables. And I'm not going to go through how we did that, but what we ended up with is a mixed model that had population size in the previous year, and that was in the previous PDO model as well, because of the density dependence. But we found that November temperatures, both extremely warm temperatures and extremely cool temperatures, were important. And again, it was this quadratic relationship that we're getting. There's some optimal that's really good, but the extremes at either end are bad. We also saw the same thing with snowfall. So extremely snowy years are bad, extremely non-snowy years are bad. And there is an interaction between those two factors. So if it's really cold and you don't have a lot of snow, it's bad. If it's really warm and you don't have a lot of snow, it's bad. So and that seems to indicate that it's temperature on the ground for the butterflies that are overwintering is important. And indeed, that's kind of what these interactions look like. You have a fairly strong interaction between November snowfall and extreme temperature. So if you follow this graph, if it's not a very snowy year, these are isobars of population growth. Growth is really good until you get to an extreme maximum temperature of about 6. But if you go up higher on the graph, where there's a lot of snow, that doesn't happen. So it looks like temperature on the ground is what's going on. A little bit less so for minimum temperatures. So the two things that we thought were going on, or mechanistically running the system, were they could be freezing. We knew their supercooling point is about -28. So the eggs would freeze and die if it got too cold. And we would expect that if there's no snow, the temperature gets to that point because the snow wouldn't be there to insulate them. The other thing would be premature emergence. If it gets too warm on the ground and there's no snow, it may emerge early in November. And if we look at temperature on the ground, we still see that same interaction with snowfall and temperature, which is strange because on the ground we would have thought that the snow effect would have gone away if it were actually just acting as an insulating barrier. And through some experiments, we found that this is indeed affecting the survivorship of overwintering eggs. So to kind of sum up what's going on here through these interactions is really it's these extreme events by themselves aren't affecting things. It's extreme events in combination with another extreme event. And those events don't have to be themselves all that extreme to produce an extreme ecological effect. So to show you an example, here's our least amount of snow cover, but the temperature never got very warm. And we got actually very high growth there. But in another case, where it was both cold and not much snow, we got a negative impact there. So this would indicate kind of freezing mortality, getting to negative 28 when the eggs would freeze. Whereas something like this, where we had a very large population crash, we would have a very warm temperature and, you know, not extremely little snow cover, but, you know, not a lot either. So these guys are colluding together to produce extreme effects. So the take-home messages that we give you is that, first of all, predicting extremes is going to be hard because you're going to be extrapolating. You really have to start getting at the mechanisms of things to understand what's going on. Relatively common events can interact to produce extreme effects. And that's something that is going to be hard for us to suss out in the future. And then, I know I'm running out of time, so I'll give you a prompt for a question. This whole idea of precedence effect. So if you want to know about that, you can ask why November is important. So lots of people to thank, all our funders. Lucia, a long-term collaborator, happens to be here. Sinclair Lab, also at Western, helped with physiology experiments. So thanks.
So if your soil temperature data, would that get a bit closer or integrate across soil temperature?
We have the temperature on the ground. So through it quickly. So that second interaction that we saw is from the data loggers on the ground. We have the meadows arrayed, and so we do know the temperature on the ground, and we still have that interaction with snow. Okay. Which you can ask me about maybe at the planner or at the round table.
Any other questions? I should ask, what's the precedent effect? What's the
So I think November is important because since this is an annual insect, you can only kill them once. So if something bad happens in November, that same bad event can happen in January or March, and it's not going to have any effect on population dynamics because you've already killed them. So I think there's part of this precedence effect going on. November is also the most variable month during the overwintering, so it has the greatest range of temperatures. So there's probably some of that too, inherently variable.
Thanks, Steve. So we'll be discussing this afternoon, so there'll be more questions later. Thanks for that.
So switching gear here a little bit because you can almost view this work that I'm presenting as the rapid assessment, given all the in-depth work that you've seen here. So what I'm going to talk about is just like a high-level vulnerability assessment that we did in this region in Toronto, in Greater Toronto area, especially in the jurisdiction, in our jurisdiction, Toronto and Region Conservation Authority. For anyone who doesn't know Toronto and Region Conservation Authority, how many of you know what GRC is? Oh, majority. Okay, good. So, so basically, for those who do not know what GRC is, it's a conservation authority for Toronto and region where we do a lot of conservation action, but at the same time, we also work with development industry and planning applications and so on. So there are multiple. So basically, I'm going to talk specifically first about a framework. Given all the conversation we had today about climate change, importance of it, and for conservation planning or natural systems planning, or in fact, just the city planning in general, our municipality, conservation authorities are funded mostly by the municipal government to inform them of all of these kinds of basis for the planning and conservation and all these actions. So basically, the point here is for municipalities to know where to focus their action, how to incorporate climate into the planning work, and that's where there was a need from one of our municipalities. We're like, okay, what do we do? How do we incorporate climate information into our natural systems plan? And that's why we needed to take this step. And there was sort of a lot of confusion in terms of how to do it, how to really take this very uncertain information and apply it such that it's intuitive enough for decision makers and so on. So that's why we first focused on developing a framework for the vulnerability assessment. There are multiple frameworks out there. We need to find the one that was applicable, and that was something that was implemented on this group. So we used Vision of Deal as a pilot study because they were the ones who provided us funds. But then that was sort of the background for rolling it out to entire jurisdiction so that we could basically do that for our entire area. So we did that. And then the conversation right now that's going on is, okay, so we know some of these vulnerabilities. We know where things might be more vulnerable versus less vulnerable. What do we do with that information? What can we do? It's not just about protection and restoration. Are there other things we should be thinking about, and how to incorporate those in planning processes? So now, going back to sort of the framework, what the sort of the instigator of this work was that for municipalities basically having these issues, like what they are seeing the decision makers in everyday life, that their infrastructure is being eroded away in routine systems, they're seeing algal blooms in their water courses, these plants, the concept of millions of dollars they spend in their conservation areas and green spaces, it is being challenged due to heat stress in plants, water issues, invasive species, and so on. So the question was, how do we deal with this so that their interests were more service, right? So the question was, how do we deal with all these things that are happening? And there seems to be more and more evidence that it's because of the climate impact as well. So, and that is challenging the ecosystem services they're providing to their residents. They are questioned on that and so on. So the interest was eventually ecosystem services. So we did a bit of a literature search and so on that as well, but we focused on the actual natural systems assessment and function. So the study area is this pink line here, that's on the west end of our jurisdiction, and the entire 9 watersheds and waterfront, that's what Toronto and Region Conservation Authority's jurisdiction is. And we are somewhere in the middle there, that's with one of those square boxes right now, for those who don't know where we are. So one thing to note is that all of the lower portion, all the gray portions, is completely urbanized. So there are narrow ribbons of green, that's like urban system. There are some parks, but then there are mostly all urban areas. Now, it could be completely gray, but then there are tinges of green across the entire landscape, right? So there are natural areas in parks or in ravines and so on. In the northern part where you see more green, that's protected. That's protected to certain extent. Protected, I would put it in quotes. There's a green belt, which is Marine Act, and all of these are protected to a certain extent, but there are loopholes in there and so on. So they're relatively more protected from land use, so from urbanization and so on. And then the middle part, we call it white belt. You actually see right there, because those are sort of subjected to future urbanization and so on. So with that notion, now we are trying to look at all those natural systems that we have, the green spaces and water courses and even groundwater, those two components to look at. Where are the areas that are relatively more vulnerable so that we should be doing something more exclusive? And the definition basically of vulnerability is the vulnerability of sensitivity or susceptibility to harm and lack of capacity to cope. So it's more around the resilience thinking side of things. So what we did is the study area was that we looked at more quantitative ways to do vulnerability assessment, but then again, the false sense of precision was something that we did not want to give decision makers were uncertainties in data, there were uncertainties in the way we interpreted, there's so many uncertainties that we started looking at. So we call it pretty much like qualitative or semi-qualitative analysis. And then we looked at three systems: groundwater, aquatic, and terrestrial. And because there was such paucity of data, we could not dive deep into any of those components as much. But then there were certain areas we had very in-depth data, and that's where we looked at case studies. So we have like few case studies, a couple. I'm not going to talk about that today, but it's in the report that I can provide you the link to. So basically, groundwater and stream temperature, we did some deep dives there, and then focus on management. So the study, again, this is made up of the committee. The study was driven by, there were scientists, there were academic partners that were involved, but it was driven by conservation authorities, and mostly regional field project managers and their climate specialists were driving. So we had a pretty broad collaborators in this, which were more from the practical side of things. We use the RCP 8.5 2050 sort of projections. And again, don't ask me anything about the data because I'm not a climate modeler and I know less about the climate data and stuff. We partnered with the Ontario Climate Consortium that who did most of this climate projections and so on for us, or they coordinated that for us. The climate scenario we looked at is that it is going to be in future, in 2050, it's going to be hotter and wetter in average, but then in summertime there will be extended period of drought with, and there will be more frequent. And I'm hearing that theme over and over again here as well. So a lot of the effects that we're looking at is drought effects as well. These were various kind of variables that were looked at, and these kind of variables were already set. So some of the projections were already done for hill region, and we just used that data. So we did not. So for the framework, what we focused on was we tried to extract some literature on all of these components that we are looking at for terrestrial, aquatic, and groundwater. We tried to look at what are the factors that make them innately vulnerable. So if there is a forest patch, if they're less connected, and if they have certain type of vegetation that are sensitive to climate, they are vulnerable already without anything happening. So we kind of use this term, vulnerability factor, as a concept that represents the quality or characteristics of a natural component to be more or less vulnerable, and it could be physical, chemical, biological. And then we went on to say, okay, so now we know what vulnerability factors might be driving these vulnerabilities, but can we map them? Can we quantify them? Can we see them? And that's where we got into the concept of vulnerability indicators. So these are things that we have data for, that we can do something with it. So I don't have much time to do that. Can I go a little bit? So that's where we kind of landed on the vulnerability indicators that are listed here. And then the idea was, once we have the indicator data, we would just map them and then kind of put some kind of threshold in them that would help us with the decision making. And then that will give us the current characterization of the vulnerability of the current system, from which we're going to infer what future might look like. So it's not like a model future, but rather we are inferring. So basically, I'm just going to show you some series of maps now for terrestrial system, and we have done it for groundwater and water as well. So terrestrial system components, we looked at a natural forest, and then there's urban canopy, street and backyard as well, which I'm not going to talk about. Meadows, grasslands, wetlands, so on. So we kind of brought these components and we picked on the vulnerability factors and indicators, and subset of those are related to each one of the components. So series of maps now. So the idea that we started to work with is that, so in this case, in the terrestrial system, so the indicator becomes natural cover. So if there are areas that have relatively very low natural cover, so it has only fragments of areas, then any natural system in it is already going to be stressed out and they are more vulnerable. So this is the amount of natural cover is driving the vulnerability. So on your left is the actual raw data of the green stuff in the landscape, and on the right is the red areas are basically highly vulnerable green areas are low vulnerable level medium. So we are kind of putting that qualitative threshold here. And then the second here is that we have this some measure of habitat patch quality based on size, shape, and matrix influence that we already have calculated. So all of the southern natural patches that are more linear, have edge effects and so on, again, the concept is they're already more stressed, they are more edge effects, they are more vulnerable in terms of functionality there versus the northern one. So you again see the color going on there. So the third one here, this is the climate sensitive vegetation. So we collect ecological land classification data. So we know which communities that are more susceptible to drought effects and so on. So we map them out, and then again, the red areas are the areas that have this kind of vegetation, green that does not have that. So we went on with these various, like these are wetlands, again, red areas have certain kind of wetlands, like certain swamps that are more susceptible to drying effect, versus these that may not have that, and they have much more water. So those are sort of the natural areas, right? So those are by innately, those areas are more vulnerable, less vulnerable, and then we also included certain indicators that included something like the surface temperature. So this is just Landsat interpreted surface temperature of our study area, and red is where it's a higher heat. So there's like more urban heat island effects and so on. And so again, the assumption is that if there's natural area in those where that heat effect is going on, then those natural patches, those areas might be more vulnerable. And we have those qualitative as well. So now the idea is overall, 55% that we could show to peer region that over 55% of the area is more vulnerable. And then we can drill down to where exactly those areas are, which features we are talking about, if we need to go there. So that's one, and then the point is that with increasing future urbanization, which is happening, which is being planned, there will be future vulnerability will increase, which means that the things will exacerbate. And what that also means is that because of urbanization is staying with the climate, the urbanization is influencing things like there will be more increased connectivity, there will be more increased surrounding landscape, urban heat island, and so on. So they are exacerbating anything that climate is going to be doing. So now that just gives some idea for peer region to say where exactly are those wetlands and forests and so on looking at, but also broader narrative around how they should, what they should be thinking about in terms of climate vulnerability and it's a huge issue in that region is something that comes up. So this is just other applications. So that vulnerability for natural systems here that I'm showing on the bottom here is also connected to some other things that are interested in. So the yellow map is basically heat vulnerability for susceptible human population. So there are priority areas. So all the dark colors are where there's like a susceptible population, like older population or disadvantaged population. And those are priority areas that are being picked for certain actions there. When you look at it, it overlaps with the natural system. So there are 4 benefits that's going on here. The green one is basically the environmental areas where there's less urban canopy. So they're prioritizing for tree planting. So all these initiatives can be lined up to decrease the vulnerability and improve resilience of not just the human population, but also the natural system. So just quickly browsing through, now taking the same example and kind of rolling it up to geospace jurisdiction. This is the map that is again showing all the green stuff that is our natural sort of areas in this jurisdiction, and then proceeding on and saying that, okay, what can we do with that? Same concept, mapping it all out. Again, same criteria that I'm showing here. And then basically when we overlay and say, okay, that is the system that we identified, the previous, the green one, as our ecosystem, that network of green space, and we never considered climate parameters in there. So when we put climate vulnerabilities, we can see that even in the protected areas in the north, we start to see those red areas, which means they might be protected from land use, but there are climate implications there, and we need to incorporate the ideas around how to deal with that. So basically, just a quick dive so what do we do with this now? So basically, the point that we are having discussions around, how do we bring in climate lens into all of these planning and really having real discussions around what measures should we take, like for example, if it's a migration, seed storage, local gene pool collection, and so on, and connectivity conservation, these should be real focus if we are talking about climate adaptation and sustainability. And these are some of the other work that we're doing, which is this is just the modeled connectivity map for the jurisdiction. Again, making the case that if we want resilience and adaptive capacity, we need to focus on the connectivity conservation for the natural system. So I'll just end at that. Thank you.
Thank you. Good speakers. Is there a good question?
Sorry if I missed this. I was just curious how you all classify low quality habitat.
So there's a model that we used using anthropological principles that looks at patches and their size, shape, and density. So we score them, and there's like based on those two parameters, there's like exact rank of 1 to 5.
Okay.
So it's like more rounder and more connected and less urban. Okay, yeah.
Okay, great. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Marna. Next, we have Father.
So good afternoon or morning or evening. So I think we've had a lot of talk on the more ecological aspect of climate change and climate event. And for my talk, it's more focused on the socioeconomic aspects, right? And just to draw on some of the experiences I've had from Ghana, working with non-farming communities, in the northern part of Ghana, it's very semi-arid, dry, land. So first, just to talk about where is Ghana. Ghana is on the west African coast. So from this African map, you can easily locate Ghana where the west is. And the semi-arid, Ghana specifically has two major climatic or kind of agroecological zones. We have the tropical forest and the savanna. And one of the savannas is actually noted or more, it has the characteristic of the semi-arid area. Okay, so that's the Sudan savanna way there in the south. So what makes this area very semi-arid is the fact that it has a mold, unlike the other parts of the country. It only experiences one kind of rainfall period, and most part of the year is very dry. Nothing. So, based on data, the secondary data I have from the Ghana Meteorological Agency, this is about the climate in the rainfall. So it says the average precipitation in the semi-arid areas usually is 2.8 mm in a year, and temperature has been changing for the past year. Type 1. And yeah, their projections show that the temperatures and rainfall will change in the next few years. And so socioeconomically, which is where most of my work lies, the households in this kind of geographic area or climatic region, they are more into agriculture, even though the landscape is very volatile and very sensitive. They are more into say compound farming, small scale, renewable systems. And poverty level in this area is pretty much higher than the other part of the country. Yeah. You have in some of the communities more than 10% or even 70% of the population can be characterized as poor. Either they have very limited access to basic amenities, access to hospitals, even schools, and their land ownership. Even though land into one of their, the key aspect, the most important part of their lives, but it's still limited. They're still limited. I'll talk briefly into that later. And I think more because of the economic and the climatic vulnerability of these, the people in the area, it has actually attracted a lot of developmental agencies, if I can put it that way. I mean, there was this, at the time I had my research, there was this agency called Canadian Hunger Foundation, but I think for now they are called Global Community, something like that, and they are now based in the US. So yeah, this is some of the pictures I took in some of the communities I work in. So for I think two of the communities, the time I did the research review, they had already experienced the first rain and they were waiting forward to the next few rains. And so after the first rain, they had started to kind of sow or prepare the land in sow. And this is the only stream over there. And then yeah, you can just kind of, I don't know how they manage the water from the stream. And most part of the area, the land is very flat, so it's easily you can look at this tree like so I took this picture very dry, like the vegetation or something like that. And yeah, so my research is more to qualitatively analyze the vulnerability situation and then identify how the farming households are coping and adapting to the climatic events. And so I collected information more on saying what are the events, what kind of risk and impact, how do you cope, what aspects do you have to support your coping, and what are the supports you get institutionally. So the field work took place in communities, and initially I talked to the director of the station, and then she recommended to use 10 communities. Then I did a little bit of background work, contacting a few people I knew before from the community, and so these are like to work with, and also based on more like proximity to one another because it's very difficult to travel over there. So I didn't have any car, so I had to rent and all those things. So just yeah. So in terms of the research activity, what I did was to basically do some form of calendar thing. So a focus group interviews, and then in the focus group, I did this seasonal calendar of activities. So with the women, we kind of map out what they do in the year, and this will enable me to understand that if they don't clear the land in January, it means nothing is happening in January, right? So if they don't clear the land in say, November, December, it means they don't have water that's like the next. So just to understand that aspect. So one of my first questions was, okay, so we know we've been saying, and then scientifically kind of there are data saying, oh, the climate is changing. So let me just talk to this and ask them, is the climate really changing from the past 10 years? And of course, this is what they say, right? Oh, sorry. So what was to just get, first of all, to confirm that we are basically agricultural people, right? So from the data of 105 people in the survey, 87 of them, that's 82% said yes, we are into agriculture. And the climate aspect comes here next. So to confirm from them, 33% of the respondents said yes, because the rainfall has been changing, and 70 said it's a little, and but those 70% said yeah, temperatures have been rising, and this is the cold side basically from one of the respondents saying the land is too dry, we are expecting rainfall, and it's not. And yeah, into the main aspect of the work, was to identify what kind of events are affecting their lives. So they mentioned, I think, 5 things: drought, rising temperatures, and rainfall, around rainfall and flood, then windstorm. So basically, this is how it affects them. For instance, their crops get wilt, and also it reduces the hours of work, especially rising temperatures. They don't get to work longer on farms. They have to maybe work in the mornings up to maybe 8 p.m., then take a break, come back in the evening. I think like the sunset, usually 4, and work till like 9 p.m. or 8 p.m. And malaria usually is, this one comes when there's floods. We complain a lot about cholera and malaria coming in with floods. And also windstorms causing like death of their fowls and livestock. Because when it gets very windy, they don't have like very strong pens or anything. So when it gets windy, it can kind of, you know, break the pens and kind of take the fowls and livestock out of it. So coping, how are they coping? So most of them identify how they are. They talk to me about how they are coping, basically using drought-resistant varieties, and also traveling even far away to where they can identify a few trees. And for the women folks, they basically walk, I think, about 20 kilometers, yeah, to the Riverton farm, work as day laborers. And sometimes to some of the farmers, when there's floods, they just dig ditches on the farm. And also when there's windstorms, they plant this traditional kind of indigenous breed of legume just to prevent it from being, you know, the winds kind of uprooting the crop. And I think what came out from the research for me was to, I got to understand the importance, the critical role of assets. When I say assets, basically like the resources they use to support their lives, right? So for me, it became obvious that without the knowledge of the traditional farming methods, some of them cannot really adapt. And also without getting some form of additional training from, say, the NGOs or the government, some of them cannot really adapt very well to their lives. And then also the social networks, they depend a lot on some of their friends, family, in terms of the adaptation processes. And yeah, money, yeah, finance everywhere is very important. Without money, some of them cannot even invest in, say, water pumps or even buy their varieties, the drought-resistant varieties. And one other thing is also to realize more about the key role of, say, the institution, some of the institutions. The institutions here more about the organizations that are working there, more like the ways of doing things, like traditional method of things, gaining access to land. It also plays a huge role in how they adapt. For instance, I believe the Canadian River Foundation distributed some form of, you know, crop variety, and also the government set up program which a good program that trained a lot of people, but all of these things comes at a cost. So I'll just pretty much in the last slide. So basically, what came out for me in the conclusion, so after doing this research was that, of course, some of the mechanisms or some of the strategies they put are quite good, and it's kind of render long-term impact or effects. So they are able to say maintain some level of soil fertility, guarantee food security, but some of the processes or strategies are not sustainable at all, right? For instance, going for the daily labor jobs, the women complain about their exposures to leach attack and then fevers, even cutting down the trees for firewood, which is one of the key adaptation parts. for me, it was kind of, the area is already exposed and the people are exposing it more to climatic change. And to the end, what I want to say is, I think my research really revealed some of, what we need to know about how institutions play a role in the adaptation processes, and the fact that some of these organizations working in the area might want to lessen the requirement they ask in participation, the farmers' participation in their programs. Even the government of Ghana could, it was a way to attract the government attention to some of the critical aspects of farmers' life, what they need in order to build a more robust adaptation practices. And also the research was a way to contribute to, the unending kind of literature on climate change, adaptation, sustainable life. Thank you very much.
Oh, sorry.
So I think they have this process of very traditional. The land belongs to the community. Okay, by the community, like the indigenous, they categorize some ethnic groups as the indigenous of the community. So for people from those kind of families, they have easy access to the land. But let's say, for instance, if I move to stay in that community, so I'm not an indigenous, I'm not from that ethnic group. So for me, access to land, I can get the land from the community leader, but the land is not really secure for me. At any point in time, they can just come and say, oh, we need this land. And sometimes too, some of the adaptation processes the farmers have to invest a lot. For instance, taking ditches on the farm. If they dig the ditch on the farm to retain the water, they might want to use it again, right? But this is the case, someone might dig a ditch to retain the water, and then the next planting season or something else is not available for him or her, right? So I think that's where the institutional aspect of, belongs.
And it was more that I thought this was very tough, and I appreciate that. So it's just about like direct.
Thank you. We have Jessica from the University of Alberta.
Hello, everyone. I'm keenly aware of all that is between here and lunchtime, so I will try and keep this concise. So I am a researcher and PhD student at the University of Alberta, and I'm going to talk to you today briefly about the influence of precipitation and management variance on plant communities. So I'll start with the caveat that unlike some other talks, I do not explicitly use an experimental design to predict. My maps more concentrate on anthropogenic focus. So to begin, freezing has a massive footprint across the tropical area. It occupies 30 to 70% of the load of the tropical area. With the color area and grasslands, we also know, are important provisioners of many economic, most intuitive, usually being livestock byproducts, but also including biodiversity, carbon sequestration, water filtration, and increasingly kind of a last stand against more intensive land uses, such as intensive cropland or urbanization. These are all mediated by plants. So what the plant is doing across these landscapes is going to control how quote-unquote effective these landscapes are. So as I said, I'm going to take for granted throughout my talk that on average, the variation of precipitation is going to be increasing globally. And this is also true for the northern top of the Great Plains, which is my so this 4 3
So I'm sure this is pretty intuitive to a lot of you here. Forage production is highly contingent on climate, right? How much resources are available to plants is going to affect how much plants use. And additionally, variability of precipitation is a key driver of what's happening. So I come from a rangeland ecology background, and the variation of the availability of resources is baked into our science. To such an extent that we actually have a cutoff of coefficient variation for non-equilibrium conditions. So range has a strong history of thinking about variability quite explicitly. And so building from that, no one knows better how to deal with variability, I would argue, than the land managers already there. So there's a rich literature of how heterogeneity of disturbances, including grazing, and control variation of plant responses, right? So it's pretty good understanding of that. And I'm not going into that today. What I'm interested in here is how the variance of disturbances across the landscape, which controls variances of the responses of the plant community, might actually further mediate the plant's response to increasing climatic variation. So this has already been shown by Ulrich. This is kind of a little primer of what increasingly variable management looks like on the ground. So you see that we have a smaller footprint area that is being grazed at one period of time, as well as variable compared to more. So my research question here today is how does the variability of precipitation interact with the variability of management and impact the variability of plant diversity? So first question is kind of a baseline. So how is variation in the plant community composition regulated by our management factors and precipitation factors? Those arrows in bold. Second question is, does grazing management and precipitation show interactive effects? So I'm testing this by looking at the relative influence of the additive effects of the two factors. So add the effects of grazing management and precipitation together, is that more or less informative than the interactive? So as the focal system for our study, we use a grazing management system loosely called adaptive multi-pattern grazing. It is on the higher end of variable management practices, and we've gone it for a while, but I won't here. What I will tell you is that, as the name suggests, these land managers are highly elastic in how they respond to management practices. They're able to finely pinpoint where their herds are and what their herds are doing across the land area. So I'm considering this to be a quote-unquote more variable or adaptive land management practice. And we paired practitioners of this kind of management system with adjacent land managers who practice more typical management for that reason. So it is a parallel. Our study sites are across the northern top of the Great Plains in all three provinces. With about 2,000 kilometers between our largest sites, so quite a geographic set. Same people did all of the same. And in total, we had 8 pairs, so 36 branches. Within each branch, we set up a comparable area which had equivalent cultivation history, aside from ranch management practices, of course, and randomly placed 15 projects. So the plants at those 15 projects, we took the number of species, and then from that I derived data diversity, so the variability and diversity across the landscape, and then using the canopy colors, looked at the which is the variability of. So in primary branch manager, we also built a management model by collecting stocking rates, so that's the number of animals per area size, ungrazed, grazed acres, and food on feeder size. So these are, I could have collected a million, but these are a priority determined as being the most powerful specific aspects of management, aside from grazing systems. And then from the climate NA model, derive the average variation of precipitation over the last 30 years. And then also how much the variation in that precipitation had itself changed over the last So the average variation per site, as well as the variation of the site over the last 30 years. So our models, something like this. We have variation per species, variation species composition, and then we have precipitation model, the very top one, management model, the second one. I compared management alone versus all these management factors to see if this has any effect at all. And then to answer the second question, compared additive management precipitation with the interactive model of management. So just to visually answer the first half of my question, we find that with increasing variation of precipitation, the average variation per site, there's increasing variability of plant diversity, and that it doesn't seem to vary with that. So, slope of the curve. We find that there is a slight, but not as strong relationship to variation of the site and the diversity. And once again, there are not strong however, when we look at the variation of species composition, we find that with increasing average variation of precipitation type, there is decreasing. Things become on average more similar to what variables are. And the influence of management is significant, but it is not strong here. However, when looking at how the variation find that there is a negative relationship with consider adaptive management, but that there's a neutral and positive relationship. To answer the second question, I have some AIC values for here to assess the relative parsimony of my models. We find that the precipitation factor alone is the most explanatory factor as it is the lowest at explaining variation in diversity. However, it's not too different from management alone. So these two factors alone are likely the most powerful variation in diversity. And then to answer the second part of the question, we find that the additive model is more effective than the adaptive model as well. However, the factors alone. And then to assess variation evenness across sites, we find that the interactive model is by far the most explanatory model here. There is strong evidence for interactive impacts on controlling variation of the species across space. So to conclude, variation of precipitation over time leads to an increase in data diversity and generally a decrease in the variation of species become more similar. Variable management practices do not have much of an impact on what species are there or aren't, and the variability of that, but they do change the composition of the land. And additive effects are better explained for beta diversity, however, single factor models are the better explanatory factor there. And interactive effects, which management precipitation, are strongly controlled. And precipitation alone, that's so to conclude, there's evidence that the variation of management and the variation of precipitation are interacting together to influence the composition of species across time. At a rather close level. I'd like to thank participants, so all of the ranchers who volunteered their time and as well as funding agencies, field technicians, and members of the lab members. And thank you for your time.
Spatial scale of
So you mean our study area specifically?
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, for sure. So the branches themselves vary incredibly widely in the United States because just the spatial area that we
surveyed were so different, right? Generally, the more precipitation you get, the smaller the average ranch size. But our study site was, for logistical reasons, capped at 10 hectares squared. Yeah, we tried to do more, but there just wasn't enough time. Yeah, so they range between about 5 to 10 hectares.
So, when you're talking about the interactions between natural and precipitation variability, you don't necessarily have the treatment where there's no, right? So really what you're talking about is this, if you have those two different factors, they seem to, yeah, I was trying to understand what that interaction means. Because I think about interaction, I often think about like the absence of the calibration versus the present. And so can you explain that a little bit more, what that interaction means?
Yeah, absolutely. And I think you raise a really good point. So much of the literature is based on presence or absence of grazing and not gradients of grazing. So yeah, thank you for bringing that up. So the way I understand it would be that I think of this as less or more variable levels of management. So if you try and anticipate what the impacts of climate are going to be across the landscape, you can have an effect on the variability of what plants are there versus someone who is less elastic in how they utilize it.
So that is the directionality of the interaction that you always get a difference in data diversity if you have rapid management and more variable. So that's the other thing, like directionality of that.
Yeah, so I think the data plot will help to answer that a little bit. Yeah, no, so what we find is the direction changes most strongly for the variation of variation of species conditions. So we find a weakly negative relationship when you're managing more variably, and we find a weakly positive relationship when you're managing less variably. Yeah, so basically as things become more variable, species become more similar when you're managing risk.
But that means a decrease. So that means that they're
becoming more similar.
Is this even as across? Oh, okay.
Thank you, Jessica. We have lunch now. It's at the Et al. Cafe, which is in South Ross. For those of you that are not quite familiar with campus, or sorry, for those of you that are familiar with campus, I suggest you grab someone that might be a little less familiar, or if you all want to move like a herd animal. I'm just going to stay back for a moment to everything else. Otherwise, no, we'll see you at lunch. We're back here at 1:30. Are you the first one after the break?
Yes. I realized how like generic my
No, I guess that was pretty good. Yeah, that's
or no, like
Oh, yes.
specific.
I had a quicker. Oh. Hey, you just go to keep with that. It was chugging a little slow. Getting into it. Turn on the what's that?
Do you have any more like online presentations?
No. Yeah, we're going to help me with that?
Yeah, yeah.
Summer is cold. Winter is way too loud. The hallway. There's always a big joke. Sometimes you're going to see why are we wearing hats? Yeah, I'm trying to get
How was it timing? Was it throughout the whole year? Was it throughout a particular month? So all sampling occurred within 2 weeks of each other. Okay. So it was a lot of driving. Yeah. So yeah, we sampled all of our sites within 2 weeks of the peak growth. Yeah.
back, everyone. Thank you all for hopefully you had an enjoyable lunch. And now we're going to get back into it. Our first talk for our afternoon session is Rick Scott. Great.
Okay, so today I'll be talking about the effects of freezing on the drought tolerance of plants. So we're looking at the consequences for plant productivity at both the species and community level. So freezing stress is expected to increase for many plants, and this is for multiple reasons. So increasing temperatures have changed the phenology of plants. So they're beginning to acclimate to the cold later in the fall and deacclimate earlier in the spring. So, sorry, is it not, I'm not loud enough? Am I good? Okay. Louder? Okay. So this has caused problems because the timing of frost is not changing significantly. So plants are exposed to cold temperatures at times when they're most vulnerable. So increasing temperatures have also weakened polar jet stream, which has caused cold air to spill further south. This exposed many plants to freezing temperatures that are not used to being exposed. Increasing temperatures also have led to a decline in snow cover. So snow acts as insulation for plants. So without that snow, they're exposed to cold temperatures at night and during these cold spells that are expected to increase. So freezing. During freezing, ice can form outside of the plant cell, what is known as extracellular ice formation. So this increases the solute concentration of the unfrozen water outside the plant cell. So this results in a water gradient of pulling water from the cell into its surroundings, leading to cell dehydration. So under cell dehydration, we can get increases in compatible solutes to help prevent excessive dehydration, reduce the freezing point of water. There are also increases in antioxidants. So this includes ascorbate, peroxidase that help scavenge for reactive oxygen species. So we also get increases in fat hormones like abscisic acid and ethylene that help act as important signaling molecules for stress. So we also are going to expect more drought in the future. So this is due to declining precipitation, increasing temperatures associated with higher evaporation and transpiration. So it's expected that it will be most severe in prairie regions. So under drought, water concentrations are also lower outside of the plant cell. So this leads to that same water gradient that pulls water from the cell into the surroundings, leading to cell dehydration. So we get similar increases in those compatible solutes, antioxidants, and plant hormones. So what we see is that the response to freezing is quite similar to the response to drought. In both cases, there's cell dehydration, increases in those compatible solutes, antioxidants, and plant hormones, suggesting that cross-acclimation may occur. Cross-acclimation occurs when one stress increases tolerance to a second apparently unrelated stress. So the responses to the future stresses are faster because there may be a stress imprint and the plants may not have returned to a prior state. So this would suggest that freezing should increase the freezing tolerance of plants. And in fact, for plants, this was true for grasses, shrubs, and trees. So for plants that were exposed to freezing stress, there was higher concentration of those protective compounds, higher survival, higher biomass than ones that previously were exposed to a drought event. So this was actually observed in well over 20 different species and over 18 different studies. So what this would suggest is that freezing should increase the drought tolerance of plants. In fact, this was found to be true in winter wheat and mustard. For plants that were exposed to a drought event, there were higher concentrations of soluble proteins, antioxidants, and enzymes. However, there was only 2 studies that examined this interaction, and they take a physiological perspective, so no one's actually looked at the consequences of this interaction on plant productivity. So these 2 studies also exposed the plants to one stress after another, which is not often what would occur in a field setting. So what we did was we examined the effects of freezing on the drought tolerance of intensive. So we looked at spring freezing and summer drought. So what we found under a severe drought was that there was higher survival, and also higher biomass for the plants that previously were exposed to spring freezing events. So there was also an indication that there was higher survival under a fall freeze, but this wasn't significant. So a question that remains is whether this interaction occurs in a other species, so does freezing affect the drought tolerance and affect plant productivity? So also, to my knowledge, there are no studies that actually look at correlation between freezing and drought in community setting. So we don't know whether plant productivity would be affected, whether there would be a potential shift in species. So my objectives today are to look at cross-application between spring freezing and summer drought, and look at it in individual species, examining plant productivity. So I did look at some mechanisms that I won't talk about here. So then after that, I'll talk about the effects in the plant community, examining the effects on plant productivity and species composition change. So individual species. So I examined 6 grass species and 2 forest species. So these are common to southern Ontario. So they're known as old field species. So we established those plants in speed, and they eventually experienced this freezing event. So this occurred in the spring. So the plants were kept, control plants were kept at 5 degrees Celsius, or they were frozen at -5 degrees Celsius. So these were based on previous freezing trials to minimize mortality. So the only exception was that for secure area, which is the legume, was more sensitive to freezing stress, so we exposed it to -2.5 Celsius for 3 days. So then they were brought into the greenhouse. Eventually, they experienced a summer drought. So we withheld water from the plants, and what we see in this figure is the pot waves during every day of the drought. So we saw that in the drought treatment, pot waves were significantly lower in drought treatment than no drought treatment. So after this drought ended, we re-watered the plants for a total of 3 weeks. And then we harvested those plants for above ground and below ground biomass. So what I have here is the interaction curves. Results of the groundwater species, so each column represents different species that examine, and each row represents a different response variable. So the color would indicate whether the interaction curve in that 2A ANOVA between freezing and drought was significant. So we indicated that there was a significant interaction, or indicating that there was a margin. So for compressa, we saw that there was an interaction with total biomass. So this was likely driven by the interaction that we saw with root biomass. For Festuca rubra, we observed that there was a freezing effect for shoots and drought effect for roots. However, there was never the case where we observed both freezing and drought for a given response variable, so we couldn't determine whether cross-option occurred in Festuca rubra. So we're both freezing and drought significant. So for Agrostis nymphra, we found that there was a significant interaction with biomass. For Lolium prene, interaction is occurring for root biomass. Verbis inermis, we saw interaction with soil biomass, likely driven by interaction for shoots. For Aranathrum relatus, so both freezing and drought effects were observed on shoots. Freezing and drought effects were observed for root biomass. However, there was no interaction occurring in the species, so no cross-application. So for the fourth species, Fontego lanceolata, we saw that there were indications of interaction occurring. With Security area, we did not, there was no freezing effect for the shoots and no freezing effects for the roots. So we couldn't determine whether cross-application was occurring because freezing wasn't significant. Was there a freezing effect? So in summary, 5 out of the 6 species that we examined showed an interaction. So the drought effect was less severe for the plants that were exposed to the freezing event. So keep in mind that there's also the 2 species that we couldn't determine whether cross-application was occurring or not. So just moving on to the plant community. So our study took place in the old field just outside of Ontario. So it's done by grass species like groundwood species like Ericulanda, Festuca rubra, Hortensis, Nermis. Also by forest species like Solidago candensis, Dorada area. So we set up 18 blocks in this field in the fall. So each one of these blocks can form mesocosms. So the picture shows an example of one of our blocks. So each one of these mesocosms experience 1 of 4 different treatments. This included soil treatment, a drought treatment, a freeze-only treatment, and a freeze. So we eventually removed these mesocosms from the field, and we applied our freezing treatment in the spring. So what I have here is the temperature during experiment. So the gray indicates the air temperature during the experiment, and the blue indicates the soil temperature. And I just highlighted the winter time. So what we see is that air temperatures fall well below 0 degrees Celsius. Our soil temperatures rarely fall 0, so it's kind of upper 0 degrees Celsius. So what we did was we applied a freezing event in May. So we froze these mesocosms at -5 degrees Celsius for 3 days. So based on the figure, you would expect that would be quite fine. In fact, we did see significant declines in fork abundance. So they're eventually placed into the greenhouse where they were subjected to the event, where we withheld water once again for about 3 weeks. So we see that volumetric water content in these problems the drought treatment was significantly lower than no drought treatment. So the picture on the right just shows indications of the onset of drought symptoms in one of our mesocosms. So then we harvested the above ground and below ground biomass. The above ground biomass is separated into granuloid, legumes, and non-legume forms. So for total biomass, for above ground biomass on the top panel, we saw that there was a significant freezing in the drought effect. However, there was no apparent, so no apparent compensation. So for the reserve zone, we saw that there was a significant freezing effect, but there was no drought effect and no interaction with the salmon, the interaction with the drought effect. So for the granuloid species, there was no freezing effect and no drought effect, and therefore also no interaction. So this was likely because they were relatively stress tolerant, but alternatively they suffered less than other species, so they're able to recover more quickly and they just bounce back. So for the legumes, we saw that there was significant freezing and drought effect. There was so the effect of drought was less severe for the plants that were freezing. We also observed that there is an interaction for the non-legume forms. So in this case, it kind of explained that cross-activation because the ones that experience the most severe decline in biomass actually the ones that go freezing drought. So in summary, there was no effects on total above ground biomass. So this was likely because there was no effects on granuloids. And also there was a cross-activation effect for legumes that was likely offset by the antagonist interaction that we did see in the non-legume forms. So this is important because we're going to be expecting shifting temperature and precipitation patterns. The plants are going to be exposed to freezing and drought events. But cross-activation may help reduce this damage in plants, help them persist in regions where most rates of extinction. So I'd just like to thank my sea revivers for the community funding and limits. So no questions. Yeah. How long do these effects last? So I guess generally they last for about like 3 months, kind of based on our experiments. It kind of varies between like what species you're examining and like looking at one species or looking at a community. So sometimes in communities, drought effects, like drought memory effects, can last like 6 months, based on another paper that I kind of read. Yeah, so for us, it lasts multiple months.
brings me up next. So I'm going to talk a little bit about my PhD research from a little ways back. And the reason why I want to talk about my PhD research is because during my PhD research, I ended up coming across what was quite an extreme climate event for California. How extreme was this California event? Well, if you look at the step line, which is our records of drought that's occurring in the state of California for the last 100 or so years, the dot right there is 2014, right at the bottom, so it's quite dramatic. It's been at least the worst drought that's happened in the last 100 years, with the bottom being drier, the top being less dry, and you can look at it against the histogram plot, it's like way out there, so it's very obvious that this is extreme drought. And when we compare it over much longer, through like simulation modeling, what we find is that it's actually one of only a few extreme droughts that have happened in the last millennium. So it's quite extreme. And I was thrown into it as a young, eager graduate student trying to figure out how to get my plants to grow in the middle of the desert. So 2014 was that drought year. The star representing here is where my field site was. This is the United States Drought Monitor, so it's not really measuring the impact on the ecosystem. Instead, it's essentially a proxy for how dry reservoirs and a bunch of other things that are happening within the states. And 2014 was terrible. 2015 was a little bit better. And 2016 was actually quite above average, but it took a long time for the system to recover. And even in 2016, my field site was smack dab in the worst record, worst drought valuation that's provided by the U.S. Drought Monitor, which I think is D4. So like I mentioned, my interest was in deserts, and so I was doing research in deserts, and the question comes, well, how does drought affect deserts? Deserts are naturally dry, and so are deserts naturally adapt to these types of systems? Are they resilient to these types of extreme events? And what can we imagine would happen with respect to different types of climate interactions and how they correlate or coexist with one another? So to go through a bit of an infographic, this is a shrub, and shrubs tend to have positive interactions with the community around them. There's plants that tend to grow closer to them relative to adjacent open areas, and that's because they have deep tap roots, which grab soil moisture from deeper areas, drag that soil moisture to the surface, and really help the annuals in the surrounding area. Shrubs also, just by being inherently large and shrubby, they intercept solar radiation, so it has to be cooler on the shadier side, hot in the sunnier side, and that results in evapotranspiration being much lower in that area, and soil moisture again being higher underneath the shrub canopy. And then if you're a nice happy sheep grazing in the landscape, you might tend to avoid these shrubs because they're hard to get into, the branch needs milling, and so plants tend to grow more close and around the shrub relative again to an adjacent open area or an interspace area. So if we were to put all these together, there's all these different ways in which one plant can possibly help another plant, and I tried to document all the different mechanisms and how prevalent they are in the literature. So the next question is, okay, so we have these different types of ways that these two plants interact. How do these change with respect to extremes in climate or extremes in abiotic gradients? So here's what this looks like in the field. We have our shrub that's in the top right corner. There's a green band that tends to grow in and around the shrub. It's much green or more plants relative to an adjacent open area or the spaces in between the shrubs. So you can see that band of green starting there. And then at my field site, you actually can get these quite beautiful microgradients that are happening, where on one side of the shrub, because of the mechanisms that are happening, you have one species. On the north side, you have a different species. In the middle, you have, again, a grass that's growing, or what I call the Neapolitan effect. So Smith et al. In 2009 proposed this conceptual framework, and what he had suggested was that when you have one type of mechanism, you're going to expect one interaction, and then when you throw in another mechanism into the mix, it can change your predictions quite dramatically. So on the x-axis here, what we have is a stress gradient of some sorts, either salinity or nutrient limitation. And as you go from low stress to high stress, or in the case of the top one, low salinity to high salinity, you expect plants to aggregate more closer together. So that's what that R&E value is. It's saying that plants are coming closer together in conditions of high stress because they're becoming, they're facilitating each other in some way. But then, if you add something else into the mix, such as herbivores, now you could be having another mechanism that's occurring. You could have shrub facilitation, where the shrub is inhibiting herbivory. So then that ends up being a dashed line straight across, regardless of this abiotic gradient that's occurring. Or you might have the opposite effect, where this plant is more palatable. It's actually attracting other herbivores to eat you, in which case it doesn't matter where you are on the stress gradient, it's always going to be negative. And so that was what we were interested in trying to disentangle. If you look at one mechanism or the other mechanism, how these interactions play out, and how do they play out with respect to an extreme climate event. So we went out to the desert, we found a bunch of shrubs, we found a bunch of open areas, we put exposures to prevent herbivory, we added water to see if there's like a watering effect, because we expect the shrubs to be doing pulling out from the soil moisture. And then, like I said, we did these 2 years, one by chance, which would be the 2014 extreme drought, and then the 2016, which was considered an above average rainfall year overall. So we rolled up the big guns. The BLM was kind enough to lend us a giant watering truck. This is it. It seems to be the only day that it rained was the day that we all saw the water. So there's me pulling up a watering bucket, and then there's my wife being kind and very supportive, trying to help me water the desert as well. Here's me erecting exposures in the desert. So by myself, I ended up setting up, I think, about 60 of these metal exposures in and around the shrubs. So me digging holes, putting around them, trying my best not to disturb the landscape in and around them. And then in the end, what it would kind of look like is you have this area, and inside there would be a 50 by 50 centimeter quadrat. I tried to leave as much of a buffer as possible so that my soil disturbance didn't really affect it. And this was trying to prevent sheep herbivory because they run cattle. They run sheep through the landscape to eat all of these plants. So let's look at some results. So the top 2 panels is droughts. The bottom 2 panels are that above the rainfall, above average rainfall year. And so what we're seeing here is you have these dark dots, which represent the shrub microclimate, and then these white dots are the open microclimate. And what you see is the temperature in the shrub tends to be much cooler relative to an open area as the day progresses, and that there's typically greater relative humidity in and around the shrub canopy relative to an open area. And this is quite good if you're plants, because if you want it to be cooler so you're not heat stressed, you want it to be relative humidity so you're not drying out faster, more desiccation. And this was true in both the drought year and above average rainfall year, although you can tell that the averages were quite different between the years. It was almost 5 degrees warmer in the drought year relative to the above average rainfall year, and the relative humidity was about 10 to 15% lower. Now, one thing I didn't point out, which I think is really cool, this is like a textbook abiotic stress amelioration. In the cooler portions of the day, so in the morning, you actually have the shrub being warmer than the open. So the shrub is really doing a great job of making it warm when it's cold and cool when it's warm. So it's doing a great job at creating this like little microclimate for helping plants grow. So the next thing I'm going to bring you through are these RI plots, which are effect size estimates. And what you will see is that if you get a value that's closer to 1, it's a greater facilitation effect or more of a shrub effect. And if you get a value closer to -1, then it's like as far away from the shrub as possible. So the first thing we want to see is when we remove these consumers, when we remove the sheep, what kind of effect size happens with the shrub? And you would expect that if there was a shrub facilitation effect, removing the sheep with the exposures would actually lower the effect of facilitation because now you're removing a mechanism in which the shrub is helping the plants underneath. So in the drought year, there's no difference. It didn't matter if you're an exposure or not, the shrub facilitated you just the same. But in the above average rainfall year, we get that signal. You notice that the shrub is facilitating by inhibiting grazers, but it's only happening in that above average rainfall year. Now I'm going to take you through these different effect sizes of each of our treatments. So again, here the positive value represents the effect of the treatment. Negative value means effect will be a control effect or the opposite of the treatment. So in the drought year, exposure had no effect. It didn't matter if you're in an exposure, if you're outside of an exposure, the plant community remained the same. The effect of water mattered, which kind of makes sense. It's dry, having water is going to benefit the plants. And then the shrub effect actually was pretty strong as well. It's quite comparable to that of watering the plants themselves. So the shrubs are doing something and it matters in extreme climate events, and it could be mitigating the effect of the extreme climate event and maintaining some level of productivity in that ecosystem. In the above average rainfall year, you see the little effect of water. Again, it makes sense. It's wet now. It doesn't really matter water in the desert. But then when you have the exposure that pops up, because maybe there's more biomass in the system, there's a greater chance for there to be these differences when the sheep come on and start eating all the different things. But the truly interesting thing was that shrubs had this synergistic effect, where their facilitation effect, when you combine the abiotic stress amelioration I described, and also the inhibition of herbivory, really brings that effect size quite high. So we're looking at almost 70% greater biomass in shrub canopies relative to adjacent open areas. Now let's take a look a little bit deeper into what is the plant species that are found in there. Well, unfortunately, it turns out it's a lot of invasive species. So this dashed line and gray dots represents invasive broma species, and it loves the shrub. Like, it really loves the shrub. And when you compare that to the adjacent open area, for the broma species is almost in relative abundance with the natural endemic community, but those species tend to decline quite significantly in the shrub canopy. When you bring that into above average rainfall year, it kind of just blows the lid off, and then you have even larger extreme differences, such that the shrub is actually promoting invasion relative to an adjacent open area. So kind of what are the implications of all of this? Well, these shrubs have been long described as benefactor species, and that they benefit the community quite a lot. They help facilitate plants, plants are food for different types of animals. They're really foundational to the ecosystem, and they're really important. And this is evident by having to have this mitigation effect of an extreme climate event. And what we see is that, to follow through with that though, there are the species-specific things that are happening. The effect might not necessarily be a benefit for all species. In this table here, the Biomestra, what they were trying to show is that it depends on the type of facilitator and the type of beneficiary, what kind of response you're going to expect. So we have a stress-tolerant benefactor, which is a shrub that does quite well in the desert. And if we have our invasive species, which is the competitive benefactor, and it seems to be all aces, all lots of pluses because it does quite well. When we compare it to those other species that are found in the community, which are the stress-tolerant beneficiaries, which are more like the native species within the desert, their response tends to be a little bit weaker. And this is predictive of what would happen, and we're showing the same result, that the stress-tolerant species don't seem to do quite as well as the competitors. So when it comes to these facilitation effects, invasive species would be the ones, or exotic species might do better in certain instances. And some work that we're doing more recently, we're showing that unfortunately these invasive species that the shrubs are promoting has a kind of a biting the hand that feeds you effect. It ends up affecting the native shrub recruitment itself. So over here we have the density of broma species on the x-axis, and on the y-axis we have recruitment measures for different ephedra species, which was my facilitating shrub species. And then as you get higher brome densities, you have a decline in emergence of different shrubs. You also have a decline in the survival of these different shrubs. And it can be quite dramatic. You can lose up to from a 30% chance of surviving down to about a 15% chance of surviving. So about half of the individuals make it to the end. And that's a result of these invasive grasses that they're actually facilitating through these different mechanisms. And we did find these effects that were irrespective of any herbivory, any changes in climate, or any changes in watering. So you had these different treatments, and this is pretty consistent regardless of manipulations to these three different things. So precipitation is changing. It's going to be affecting these systems, and I feel like trying to tease apart these different facilitating mechanisms can help us better understand what these communities are going to do with respect to this change. And with that, I'd like to thank everyone that's helped me. There's been a lot of people throughout this whole project. And with that, I'll take a few questions. Thank you.
Do you have any speculation at what point the shrub could affect the shrub community such that it never fully leaks out and therefore you don't get these big mediating effects on climate? Like, is there something special there?
As in, it loses facilitation effect?
Yeah.
Yeah, so there's a huge debate in the literature about this, where it's like, does it collapse, whereas you end up having negative or no effect of these facilitators, or does it just keep getting more positive, just positive forever? Ours kind of shows that it's tapering off. Maybe if you had a more extreme drought, then maybe it would go to zero. But other research has shown that even like in Antarctica, like some very extreme areas, tends to be still quite positive, and it has, I believe, something to do with resource versus non-resource-based stress. So the facilitation effect in this case was non-resource-based, and that it wasn't really providing any soil moisture or preventing the heat extremes, whereas other ones that are more resource-based tend to be consistently more positive. That's still kind of the whole realm that people are arguing. So that one was a greenhouse experiment. So I had run out a bunch of different density series and drew a measure with it and hope for the best. Well, thanks, guys. I'm working. Yeah, you know? Let me try it.
So, hello everyone. I'm a PhD student from Université de Montréal. So, yeah, it's 6 hours of bus yesterday. But it's fine because I'm really happy to be here today. I've learned a lot about extreme climate events. My research is not directly concerning extreme climate events. I'm more studying ecological networks, but I think my research can apply eventually to extreme climate events. So, like Dr. Smith said earlier, extreme climate events can have a lot of impacts on communities. They can reorder the abundance of species, or some species can be intruded in the community, and some can get lost. So, for example, in Australia, there were a billion of animals dying because of the wildfire. And in Mozambique, the iodide disrupted a wide range of animals. So, just to illustrate this, we have an ecological network, or let's say the food web. And in the food web, every node represents a species, and every link represents a feeding interaction between. So let's say in our food web, we have a mouse, a fox, and a rabbit. That's before the extreme climate event. But after the event, there can be a lot of modification in the structure of the network. For example, the fox cannot be in the network anymore, which will influence a lot of things in the network. But there's some characteristics of networks which make them more stable. First of all, they won't change much because of the extreme climate. But the issue when we study ecological networks is it's very hard to sample ecological interactions because we need to see both species at the same time, at the same place, and we need to see the feeding interaction between those. So what I'm trying to do is to try to simulate just the structure of networks at a large spatial scale without using data on ecological interactions. So I'm going to show you how I can come up with that kind of map, which will represent the metric of the structure of ecological networks without using data on ecological interaction. So I began by modeling the number of interactions in the food web from the number of species using the flexible links model, which is a model that we developed. So we used data from the IUCN, which is International Union for the Conservation of Nature. So each pixel represents the species richness of mammals, of terrestrial mammals in North America. So it can go from 5 species of mammals up to 138. And using the Mandel database, which is the database that
data, which contains was 178 data set on ecological interactions. There's a strong correlation between species richness and the number of interactions. But there's a maximum number of interactions for a community with S species. That maximum is S squared. It's a community where every species eats every species. So it's like a community of omnivorous cannibals. Yeah, it is. And there's a minimum number of links, which is S minus 1. So for one species to be included in the food web, it has to have at least one feeding link. So an example of network which will have S minus 1 interaction could be like a sheep feeding a bunch of grass species. And for our model that was created is the power lamp, which will relate the number of interactions to the number of species. But when we account for the variability of the parameters of the power lamp, we see that there's a lot of predictions that fall below the minimum number of species. So we wanted to find another way to model the number of interactions from the number of species, accounting for that variability, but which will remain within biological boundaries. So we come up with a flexible links model. So if you subtract the maximum number of species from the minimum number of species from the maximum number of species, we have a number of links that we call flexible links that could be realized or not in the network. And there's a proportion P of those links that are actually realized. So the number of links in the network can be equal to this proportion P times x squared minus f minus 1 plus the minimum number of interactions. And it's important to note that the value of P is constant in the community. So every flexible link has the same probability of being realized, but it can vary between communities. So P has its own structure. So when we model the association between the number of interactions and species strength, we see that when we account for the variability, it stays within biological boundaries. And our model is better than the previous version. So we have the number of interactions from the number of species, but to have simulate the network, we have to distribute those interactions within the S squared pairs of species. So we use the ecological model. We use three of them. The first one is the Ecological model, which simply orders species on the axis randomly, just random. And so if you have a couple of species in blue, you want to attribute this queries. And these queries are a proportion of species that are below species on the axis. So let's say we can illustrate the relation of body size. So a species can eat other species across model. There is the niche model too, which has the other one other species on the axis, and simulate evolution, illustrates evolution mechanism, because it just takes every species within a range. And the nested hierarchy model, which is a bit more complicated, but basically a species have the same queries as species which are similar. But it doesn't really matter, because every one of them have their flaws and their strengths. So we just use an ensemble of models. And so for every network which has a species from 5 to 138, we simulated the network, calculated its emergent structure, and we just calculate the mean from every network which has the same number of species. So from them, we were able to calculate some strict samples. And one of those is the maximum traffic level of the network, which we were able to simulate at the scale of North America. So in the north, we have smaller equivalent data. So food webs of 25 species, which have a maximum trophic level of 2 to 3. If we go more south, we have networks usually which have more species, so the maximum trophic level increases. And around Mexico, we have a network with 100 species, so the maximum level is high. But maybe the most important thing that I'm going to show you today is related to connectance, because connectance basically is the number of links in a food web that are realized, divided by the total possible number of links. And why connectance is relevant is because it's linked to a lot of things, linked to most metrics of network structure, but it's also related to the stability and resilience of the network and its resistance to intrusion. So for high connectance, so for networks who have high connectance, it is less susceptible to be affected by extreme climate events, or at least will take a more stronger extreme climate event for the network to be more affected.
Models include also the effect on itself, like of that species that potentially interacting with itself. I kind of like a self-interaction.
Yeah, this is just an interaction.
Yeah, through abundance, yeah, sure.
Exactly, because my phone number is expression. So it's action that you can
I guess I had a question.
Yeah.
Just initially, you were talking about how extreme climatic events, we might see the loss of the species, but we also might see that as climates are changing, species might be moving around, and so there might be actually potentially more interactions, just as new species start to interact with
Yeah, so
each
he's
other and
this
come into the
yeah.
system. And so, yeah, I'm wondering if that's possible.
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay.
So I didn't model the change of networks through time, just model the networks before perturbation. So just a picture
Yeah.
to see just from the structure of the network, which one are more vulnerable to extreme climate events.
Oh, okay.
But I don't know how my PhD is going to go, but I think I'm going to study the effect of climate change or extreme climate events to more in depth to see how it will change.
Does your model assume the strength of the interaction is the same?
Yeah, it's the same. It assumes the same. If the links are not weighted.
What happens if you do weight it? Have, say, like a dominant herbivore, a dominant predator, is that change?
Yeah, it will change. So our model is just an unweighted one. But eventually we will weight it. So yeah, it's going to change. Okay.
Thank you. Okay, Barnett.
Thank you. So how does this work?
Right to go forward, left.
Cool. Hi everyone, my name is Arnab and I am a master's student from Drake University. Today my talk is entitled Drivers of Climate Consumption in Freshwater Lakes Globally and what are their implications on water quality. As you can see, there are numerous authors on this paper and it's been great working with such a diverse team. We have, on this project, we have undergraduate students, master's students such as myself, postdocs, and professors alike. Also, I would like to thank the NSERC Discovery Grant, Ontario Ministry of Research and Innovation, Assessment Grant, and the York University Grant for making this project possible. So, what are freshwater lakes? Freshwater lakes are characterized as lakes that have less than 3 grams of salt per liter. They also have higher freezing points compared to salinized lakes and have lower density because of the lack of salt. Now, why do we care? Well,
in the entire planet, we have about 2.5% fresh water. So that's not a lot of use. It's not a lot at all. But now these lakes are being heavily degraded due to extreme events such as algal blooms. With algal blooms, you're getting limited water usage, which is very important. Most of us have some sort of water bottle, some kind of drink in front of us. It's important. We're made of water as well. It's important to species, other species, and plants alike. This also leads to poor ecosystem health. We're getting lots of blooms entering the lake ecosystems, and again with this is causing habitats that are no longer habitable by other species such as microorganisms and fish. With this, with the lack of habitation, you're losing a lot of species, and now you're getting invasive species coming in, but due to this, you're getting the loss of biodiversity. The loss of biodiversity, again, many species are no longer available. So, what are algal blooms? Algal blooms are actually extreme events in themselves. Algal blooms are large regions of algae that have formed due to extreme conditions such as extra light, higher temperatures, higher precipitation, and other factors as well. So, what algae are exactly? They are. Algae are phototrophic eukaryotic species. So, what differentiates them from bacteria is they have nucleuses. But also, what differentiates them from other plants are they have a single tissue, so they can proliferate at very fast rates, and these tissues are not specialized. Why we use algae and why we look at algal blooms is because all algae has chlorophyll. So we use chlorophyll as a proxy for our skin. So for this project, our goals were to assemble a global water quality database, see what's happening in lakes globally. We also want to test the long-standing relationship between phosphorus and chlorophyll and see if this stands at the global scale. Then we want to quantify other drivers of primary production in lakes. So to do this, again, in this large team, it took us about 8 months to do this. We did a Web of Science search with the word lake and chlorophyll. This resulted in 3,200 manuscripts that we went through at this week. And we had a criteria we set up where if sampling was done in lakes, and they were done in lakes again that were not manipulated for whatever studies, such as remediation efforts, we kept the data and added to our database. We also collected multimetric data, and we collected climate data from Peru and the National Organization for Climate Change. So using this, we built quite a large database with data from 10,000 lakes in 76 countries, and this database contains over 25,000 data points. As you can see, the gradient on the bottom, as the points are more yellow, they are higher chlorophyll values, and purple, lower chlorophyll values. So we have a database that looks at lakes from the entire world. Cool. So once we've generated this database, we want to test again the long-standing theory that phosphorus is the primary driver of primary production. This is something that's been studied by Schindler and other limnologists. We want to test it again using our database at the global scale. To do this, we use generalized adder models. Generalized adder models are referred to as wiggly models by Gannon and other statisticians. A lot of data, such as ours, which are extremely large, cannot model with linear models. So this does not give a good distribution of what's happening in the data. Rather, we use generalized adder models, which show the changes in the data set at different points in time. This is done by using non-parametric functions, which are applied to the predictor variables, help explain the data and the changes that are occurring. So we did this again using our data set. So the x-axis, you can see total phosphorus, and on the y-axis, you see chlorophyll. There are different shapes on this figure where there are squares, which represent lakes from Arctic climates, circles, which is the majority of our data from temperate lakes, and there are triangles, which represent tropical lakes. So as you can see the trend, as you're increasing, whether it's Arctic lakes or temperate lakes, as you're increasing in the amount of phosphorus that's being added in or is available in the lakes, you're seeing an increase in chlorophyll. There's another thing to notice here. There's a dotted line, vertical dotted line, and this represents the red-field ratio. This suggests that at this threshold, once it's crossed, phosphorus may no longer be a limiting factor, and other factors may be important here, such as nitrogen, light, or many other factors. So we see that with the copper lake, this may be the case. But the majority of our lakes, which are representative of temperate lakes, follow this trend of increasing phosphorus. You're seeing a lot more primary production. So again, so the hypothesis stood where it was still true at the global scale that as levels of phosphorus increase, you're seeing greater primary production in lakes. So we want to test other drivers and see what these other drivers are that may be causing these large algorithms. To do this, we use a random forest, which is a machine learning algorithm. The random forests are an extension of decision tree. So if you look at over here, a decision tree, you put in your predictor variables, and it gives you a value. The reason for using a random forest is it reduces variance because it takes X number of trees. So in our case, we use 500 trees and takes the average. In addition, it also selects with replacement. So it takes subsets of your data and tests it against your predictor variables to identify what these other drivers are. This is again very important because, as you've seen, phosphorus is largely important. So if we didn't use a random forest and say we use a decision tree, a smaller version, it would predict that phosphorus is the only driver. So using our model, I created a stack bar plot. So as you can see from the left, the bar with just phosphorus, which is primary nutrient again, is extremely large. So this is the largest. So there's no doubt that phosphorus is a key driver in primary production. Next, we see morphology, and morphological variables are measured were elevation, depth, residence area, volume, and watershed area. So morphology is definitely an important factor, but wasn't as important as phosphorus in explaining primary production. On the left, on the right, on the right, you see climate variables. Climate variables that were measured were cloud cover, precipitation, temperature, and solar radiation. So as you can see, the bar is almost as large as the PP bar, suggesting that phosphorus is no longer just the only option for driving primary production. Climate needs to be considered as well. So again, referring back to generalized adverb models, we create a model for solar radiation, TP, summer temperature, precipitation, cloud cover, and watershed area. So it's fitting because of the climate. Through climate talk, we'll look at what's happening with the climate variables and how climate is driving primary production. So when we look at solar radiation, as you see, the majority of our laser cluster right here in the middle, and there is a very direct increase in the amount of primary production that's happening. Why this is? Well, again, algae, as I mentioned earlier, are photoautotrophs. So the amount of increased light that's available, you're seeing more primary production. And this is very important because areas such as Europe and North America are experiencing solar brightening. So the more light that's being available, you're seeing these larger algal events. So then, again, related to solar radiation is temperature. With a lot of solar radiation coming in, you're getting a lot of impact because of increased greenhouse gases. With this, you're getting warmer air temperatures and in turn, warmer water temperatures. As you can see, there's a very strong pattern with the amount of increase in primary production, represented by chlorophyll A, and the increase in temperature. So as we're getting warmer and warmer dates, you're getting more primary production. What else is happening is when you have warm climates, such as in summer, you have lake stratification, which is the layering of lakes. When this layering happens, the lakes are stratified, large wind patterns can even undo this stratification or layering as it is. So what's happening is you're getting algal mats that are forming on the surface layer of the lake, and they're depleting all the nutrients as well as oxygen, because when the algae is decomposing, it's using up the oxygen through the abiotic respiration. With this, a lot of species are dying out because they're no longer getting access to the nutrients that they require, as well as the oxygen. No longer available in the water column. So lastly, we'll look at precipitation as well. Again, a very similar pattern that's happening. That with increasing precipitation, you're getting larger inputs of sediments from runoff, as well as from shoreline erosion and many other factors that are entering the lake. The increase of nutrients again, which has been the recurring theme. You're getting more inputs of phosphorus. You're seeing again larger and more frequent algal. Okay. So to put this all together, we use the PCA. The PCA takes large amounts of data and represents it in the shape of an arrow. So arrows more closely aggregated together suggest that they're more closely related. So we looked at the effects of climate and the effects of phosphorus individually, but are they related? Turns out they are. So not only are they influential by themselves, but they're influential together as well. So if you notice here, there's a chlorophyll arrow. Right beside it is the phosphorus arrow. What a surprise. Right beside it are JJA, which is June, July, August, and MAM, which is March, April, May. So spring and summer temperature. Summer temperature is very closely related to solar radiation and chlorophyll. You also see precipitation being closely related. Cloud cover was negatively related from our Wiggly models, which I didn't really highlight. But again, with more cloud cover, you see less energy loss. So, in conclusion, well, our project was considered successful because we were able to generate that database that has over 10,000 races in this country. We were also able to prove that, hey, the phosphorus and chlorophyll relationship it holds up even at a global scale. And that total phosphorus is definitely the most important driver, but climate is equally as important, and we need to do more than that. So just for fun, one more time to drive the zone, you're getting increased solar radiation, you're getting warmer temperatures. With warmer temperatures, you're getting these large algal events. Again, we're getting precipitation events, driving increased amounts of nutrients into the lakes, and you get these great algal monsters, which is not so great because there's so little water. So again, this is all very important to us, water quality is important. But again, it's affecting other species as well. Canada's fishery industry is worth over $5 billion. So again, with increasing water temperatures, algal blooms as a result, you're seeing fewer and smaller fish. This is becoming a vicious cycle where through this they have lower habitats, they have lower reproduction rate because of lower amounts of feeding. As a result, comes back to even smaller fish. So we're entering a vicious cycle with other species as well. So managing phosphorus is no longer the only option. We need to do more to mitigate climate change effects as well in order to conserve our freshwater space. Thank you for your time. Questions? Yes, Narva.
When you look at solar radiation, was there like a threshold that like solar radiation, too much of it, like off, like it would negatively impact the primary effect?
So in that case, it was actually different pigments. So for our study, we used chlorophyll A. So chlorophyll A is primarily what's important for the primary production, but then there's also chlorophyll B, right? And with chlorophyll B, it's more representative of the actual repair. So chlorophyll B, even though that chlorophyll A threshold is crossed, chlorophyll B actually comes in, and when that large amount of solar radiation or temperature has increased, chlorophyll B actually works to repair. Any other questions?
So
So right now, we're just looking at the lake view itself. Just we have the next step is to apply organisms to on that. So,
What types of recreational activities do people do on the frozen lakes?
Well, especially for one,
Okay.
as parking maybe, I don't know how to call it, just stay yeah. Just we will talk if I can add stories on that. We might find the process is new on there. That's why we're not doing. But yeah, a lot of things, it's a lot of fun.
Okay.
I'll highly recommend it.
I was really interested that the length of the shoreline was a positive indicator. Could that at all be related to anthropogenic? Larger shoreline
Yes, definitely. So that's also another part I was looking at. So the largest shoreline there is more development on the lake. That affecting the lake is more extreme events, but we already have that.
Thank you, Chef.
Miriam from Lori.
Hi, everybody. My name is Miriam. My supervisor is Derek Ray. I think I'm the last person.
Last of the session.
Oh, okay, and my project is titled Can Zooplankton on the Great Plains Keep Up with Climate-Driven Slowing? And this is an important question because this region is geographically prone to extreme weather such as floods, droughts, tornadoes, hurricanes, and windstorms. This is because it has a relatively flat landscape that acts as an expressway for warm fronts from the Gulf of Mexico and cold fronts from the greater north to meet without any obstruction. And not only this, but the Rocky Mountains west of the Great Plains block any moisture from moving across the region, leaving the area dry and vulnerable to drought. We have seen just how big of a problem this has been through time. In the 1930s, the headliner was "Dust Victims Pray for Oklahoma Rain." And in the 80s, we saw just how badly drought affected crop growth, costing industry millions of dollars. And more recently, we've seen major warmth and severe flooding across the Great Plains. And though the entire region is definitely affected by this extreme climate, right now ecologists are really concerned about North Dakota because the average air temperature has increased faster than any state in America. And as we all know, in the future, scientists are predicting that this area will experience more extreme extremes. And there's going to be an increase in temperature and a decrease in rainfall. And though there are many problems that can arise because of this on the Great Plains, it's that freshwater lakes can be threatened with salinization. So since it's very common for freshwater lakes in this region to experience salinization, scientists have taken interest on how lake salinity has fluctuated through time. So, for example, Moon Lake, which is in North Dakota, it's actually my site, right? There was a study, a paleo study reconstructed from diatoms, and what they determined for 2,000 years, salinity has fluctuated. So, at one point in the 1930s, supposedly, this lake was 25 parts per thousand, which is oceanic level. And then during a time of a more wet period, it went back down to fresh water, and this pattern is consistent with time. Right now, when I went, the lake is 2 parts per thousand, so considered a freshwater lake, but it has experienced these really high salinities in the past. And so one animal affected by lake salinization are zooplankton. And as you all probably know, zooplankton are very important to the aquatic food chain because they give energy from primary producers to larger macrovertebrates and fish. And what's really important is that salinity is the main driving force that structures their community. So that means they're very sensitive to salinity, and I think all scientists that do toxicology tests would agree with that. But what's really cool is that many scientists believe that, or at least theorize, these animals have a potential for rapid evolution because they exist in large population sizes and have short generation times, meaning that they might be able to adapt to changing environments through time. But so far, there's been no studies, or very little studies at least, to see how zooplankton in a specific area that have experienced these extreme climates can adapt to salinity can we predict what they'll be able to tolerate into the future since we know that salinity is going to increase. So one way to know if they're going to tolerate salinity into the future is to see if they tolerated it in the past. So I'm using an approach called resurrection ecology, where I hatch zooplankton eggs that have remained dormant and viable in at least 70% of the I determined that each 1 centimeter layer of the core I collected goes back about 7 years in time, and I was able to hatch zooplankton eggs on a 200-year time scale. And I did this to determine 3 things. The first, I wanted to know if they were able to hatch in saltwater or freshwater. And once they hatched, I wanted to know the threshold limits, and I wanted to see if egg densities within the sediment core related to salinity in some way. And so this is a typical so these boxes here represent petri dishes. And so what I did is isolate eggs from each period of time. So the little box represents eggs. And so there was actually, in total, I think counted like around 1,400 treatments. In the total, because we collected 7 cores. And I go into the lab every other day and see which eggs hatched in which salinity treatment. And to evaluate this, I want to see how salinity evaluates hatching, and I use this hatching index. So for those of you scared of numbers like I am, this equation can look a little intimidating, but all it tells you is that a high value of the index will indicate that these animals prefer to hatch in saltwater, and the low value will indicate that they prefer to hatch in freshwater. And then I wanted to compare it to the standard precipitation evapotranspiration index, also known as SPEI. This is a really good drought index that captures drought through time. I think it's one of the rare ones that does that. And so this is the SPEI specific to the Moon Lake area. And you can see from the 1900s downward, there's been shifts between wet and dry periods, suggesting shifts between high and low salinity of lakes. But you can see to the future in 2050, you see that like really long, prolonged drought, which is really scary because, again, you have that question, can these animals tolerate this high salinity? And what I found was really interesting. So the hatching index and SPEI significantly and highly correlated. So during the period of salty period, animals preferred to hatch in saltwater, and in the freshwater period, animals preferred to hatch in freshwater. And this is consistent through time. You can see a cross correlation of 0.50, and this was really interesting. So there was a lag about 5 years. So the lag just means how well SPEI and the hatching index lined up, and it was 5 years off. And I think that means that these animals took 5 years to tolerate these salinities in between time periods. So that was really interesting. And so for my second objective, once one zooplankton hatched in any of my treatments, they reproduce by cloning themselves. So one will turn into 150 in a matter of maybe a month, 2 months. And then I did EC50s to determine the threshold limit. And I saw the same pattern. During dry period, animals were able to tolerate a little bit of a higher salinity, and in the freshwater period or in the wet period, they weren't able to tolerate as high of a salinity. And again, that was even a higher cross correlation of 0.75%. And so for my last objective, I wanted to see if the number of eggs correlated with salinity through time. And again, saw the same pattern. This is for Daphnia eggs. So this was, I think, the most significant relationship we saw. Daphnia eggs are definitely sensitive to salinity changes. In a wet period, there was less eggs, and in the salty period, there was more eggs. And I concluded that this was because maybe in a salty period, they wanted to reproduce at a higher rate, so that's why there was more eggs. So it was interesting with Daphnia, it was actually the opposite. During a wet period, there was more eggs. In a wet period, there was less eggs, and in a dry period, there was more eggs. So I guess that tells me that these two zooplankton species have different evolutionary capabilities. There was, I guess, a less significant relationship here, but it was still correlated. And so when I first started my master's, I thought, okay, these animals are tolerating salinity either through phenotypic plasticity or evolution. And I theorized that if it was phenotypic plasticity, the response interval would be short, and individuals would be able to tolerate a range of salinities. And if it was evolution, the response interval would be long, which is what happened. And individuals have different salinity tolerances among the layers, and that is what happened. But I think it would be naive of me to say that it's one or the other. I think these two mechanisms work together to drive tolerance to climate. So I want to take you guys back to my original question. Can zooplankton and other great things keep up with climate-driven salinity change? So we know they've been resilient to salinity through time, as they always existed in the sediment for 170 years. And I collected 70 cores, and there was always eggs in the sediment. So that means that they were in the lake. And experiments did show that during the EC50s did show that in a higher stress period, these animals were able to tolerate a bit of a higher salinity. I do think, though, that this was a slow process through time, like even through times when 1930 festival and all that. I think it was a little bit slower, not as sudden as they're expecting into the future. So I think if all of a sudden we experience like these intense droughts, that's when maybe these animals will be wiped out. But for now, they're doing great and they have been able to tolerate salinity. So I just want to acknowledge all of the zooplankton I sacrificed from 1900s to 2020. My awesome supervisor, Derek Gray, and my lab mates that helped me.
Hi, that was a great talk. How easy is it for an egg to hatch when it's at the deepest level of the sediment you're getting versus when it's mid?
So eggs declined, the number of eggs declined as we went deeper into the core, which is what we did expect. And it took a little bit longer for the eggs in, say, 20 centimeters to hatch. Like those eggs hatched within 4 days, but the fresh eggs at 0 centimeters hatched within the next day. I had to do a lot of trial and error on what temperature all the eggs liked, and I found they liked 20 degrees Celsius and 16 hours of light and 8 hours of darkness, and that ended up just working out. And also, the salt mixture that we made up was specific to Moon Lake, so we took a water sample, and the mixture was 7 different salts that these animals are apparently used to, so that's why I think we had a success in the past.
Is it likely that an egg that's deep has to come near the surface to be able to germinate?
Yeah, like I don't think egg, because the sediment is layered, right? So I think those eggs that are in the sediment at 20 centimeters are not coming back up. So there is questions on how, when there is a period that animals prefer, like how are these eggs hatching? That's a good question. I think they're all over the water column, and some of them are in the sediment, and that's what we were able to see.
Did the lake that it just was one lake, right? That you
Yeah, Moon Lake, yeah.
Does it ever completely dry?
So I don't think it went to 25 parts per thousand. Like I'm a little speculative about that because I believe that it fluctuated through time, but for it to be 25 parts per thousand, like the zooplankton didn't even come close to tolerating that high of a salinity. So I don't know if it completely dried out or what because it's a closed basin lake and it's, I think, 12 meters deep. So for it to completely dry out is, I want to know.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh, one more. Yeah. variation did you see between each of these 7 cohorts? Not too much. I think that the variation that I saw was through the dating. So when we dated the core, I think that was the only variation, but for the most part, it was pretty tight.
Thank you. All right, guys, thanks for all the thoughts and all the speakers for presenting. We have coffee coming in a moment or so. You just want to sit tight, and then after that, we'll have a short panel to discuss the future of extreme climate. You guys see? Thank you. Thank you, everyone. Yeah, I got it.
Talks were like really good.
Yeah?
That's good, yeah. It's a lot of them. Like very, very I'm heading out.
I let you come to get more before you left, but yeah, it's fine, yeah.
I came to say bye, but
Okay,
that's
thank
actually
you.
not what I said yet. No, I'm heading out. Okay.
Wait, one quick thing. Remember your the person I
No, I was actually just thinking about that. I'm like, I was gonna message you. I really
yeah, so he's on a commission for perhaps Marion.
That's still helpful, yeah. Thank you so much. Get up there.
I really liked your presentation.
Thank you.
It was really fun to watch.
I appreciate it. But not that long.
And are you, like, are you giving a talk? It's like, are you just organizing something? Yeah. You're allowed. Okay.
Good talk. I like that.
Yeah. He used to ask me which ones I liked.
See all the other stuff that I have my fingers in?
He showed me like 5 or 6 things. He's like, what do you think? And send me anything.
More like data management rather than analysis. But yeah.
So then with all the games, you can do multiple explanatory variables on the game.
Yeah, it's the whole thing of games. Like,
Yeah.
also, like, Wiggly, like, you can't just let it do whatever it wants. Like, it's not okay. There's a little too much wall happening.
Yeah, it's like how many reviews of freedom especially parametric model.
Yeah. That's what we did with the one you saw. It was just phosphorus and chlorophyll, and it was like an S shape. That was we put a GAM to it, and like it looked like third order polynomials. Third order polynomial. What a day! Yeah. Enjoy it overall?
Yeah. I wondered about the increasing light intensity.
Yeah, they really like
Less is it just solar intensive?
Yeah,
so the sun.
Actually getting brighter. But
That's really incremental, isn't it?
it is. Apparently, I'm not as well. They know better. Something about higher latitudes are getting brighter than lower latitudes.
Well, I know that with sunspots, there's more intense solar radiation. So I don't know if it's like your sunspot that has a cyclicity to it. Over millions of years.
Yeah, the way they're making it sound is like in a century you'll get a very marginal increase in solar brightening. But the latitudes, it's actually a bit higher latitudes. It's actually a fair amount of light. Yeah, I don't know enough.
So I haven't heard that.
I don't know how hard it is to actually talk about cloud cover.
Yeah, because cloud cover should be increasing.
Yeah. So you would really expect signals for solar brightness when the cloud cover is still very. Yeah. Yeah. How do you know that? That's good.
Well, I mean, I looked you up. But, so were you guys
Yes and no, yeah. I have no we were different paper. The one you saw, right? And the other good kind of I didn't want to file Is this trying it all together?
so you know, and Megan and Julio and Yeah, that was great. I never really, I mean, when she first told me, I was like, this social project, this is what science, let's go leave it up, sign me up. And then all of it, I started looking at the data. It's a lot, but, yeah, not too much, but I was really surprised at how scientists don't, like, rigorous, meticulous people, but maybe not when it comes to sending your data to somebody else. I don't know. Oh, yeah. People sent like stuff on cooking experiments, CO2 inputs, just everything and anything. And like, all of this. Yeah, I guess I mean, what the site, what was the site that you were looking at? Yeah. 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 Yeah, absolutely. That's really cool. I did. Yeah. Yeah. That's one thing that's great about occupied modeling, that it's not. I mean, you need data to report about it, but it's not. Actually, I also think about the extra modeling about the occupancy of birds and London is like very ridiculous. You need like all the data. That's really cool. I don't know. Exactly.
Year round. Yeah. That would be a way. No, I don't think anyone in the right mind. Yeah. I'm surprised. No one.
Actually, it's because Erica is that we go.